телевизор, я пишу тебе письмо про то, что больше не могу смотреть на дерьмо, про то, что больше нет сил, про то, что я почти запил, но не забыл тебя. Про то, что телефон звонил, хотел, чтобы я встал, оделся и пошел, а точнее побежал, но только я его послал, сказал, что болен и устал, и эту ночь не спал. Я жду ответа, больше надежд нету. С погодой повезло, дождь идет четвертый день, хотя по радио сказали, жарко будет даже тень. Впрочем, в той тени, где я, пока им сухо и тепло, но я боюсь пока. Дни идут чередом, день едим, а три пьем, и в общем весело живем, хотя и дождь за окном, магнитофон сломался, я сижу в тишине, чему и рад вполне. Больше надежд нету. Скоро кончится лето. Стройка, работает кран, и закрыт пятый год. За углом ресторана на столе стоит банка, а в банке тюльпана, на окне стакан. И так идут за годом год, так и жизнь пройдет, и в сотый раз маслом вниз упадет бутерброд. Но может будет хоть день, может будет хоть час, когда нам повезет. Я жду ответа.
Good evening and welcome to Normal World. I'm Dave Landau.
I am Quarter Black Garrett, and there's Angela.
Hi, glad to be here.
Hey, good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Yep, you're very welcome.
Well, I mean, you're hired there, so
You kind of
have to be
It's
here.
sort of your job.
wow.
Joining us today, you may know him as a regular on Kill Tony or the IKYFL podcast. March 20th, you can see him at Zany's in Chicago. The 21st of March at Helium in Indy. The 24th, St. Louis at Helium. Or April 11th at the Orlando Improv. Please welcome David Jolly.
There you go.
I'm supposed to look here.
That's the camera right
Yeah.
there.
Okay,
It's
all
your
right.
camera.
Yeah.
How you doing, Mama? For sure. It's fun. Thank y'all for having me.
Absolutely.
Dude, thanks for coming on, man.
For sure.
I appreciate it.
I'm really excited.
Yes, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I'm just glad we're all here.
Yeah, riding that rock together.
Like a family.
Yes, we're all on this sinking ship together.
Yeah.
You got to sync with somebody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably the best swimmer.
Oh, I was gonna play the violin all the way down. That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah, that's what you do while the Titanic sinks. You just play the bass.
Yeah.
And also on the show today, celebrity chef. Please welcome and restaurateur and owner. But I said restaurateur like it's fancy because he is fancy. Please welcome Andrew Gruel.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for letting me be part of this family as well, and I'm ready to sink with the ship.
I'm glad you're here.
At least we'll eat good.
Yeah, you're a fisherman. You're into seafood.
Yeah, I mean, look, people come to me when things are sinking or falling apart. They're like, you know what? We want a last meal, and that's my role in this world.
There you go.
That's perfect.
Have you ever caught any fish with your bare hands and skinned them alive, then threw them on a skillet?
Yeah, just when we did a survival shoot, before it actually went to air, they used me as the decoy.
Okay, I got you.
So if one of us dies and we have to eat one of the other ones,
Which one?
probably you.
Who looks the most edible?
I got the meatiness.
Yeah, probably you.
Yeah, we'd probably kill you.
That's
Who's got the most
I
protein?
gotta go.
That's what it
I gotta
comes
go,
down
guys.
to.
You would be Piggy. You just
Fall off the cliff.
Yeah.
What did you do?
You broke his glasses. All right, welcome to the show. Also, you can see me at the Orpheum Theater in Billings, Montana, April 13th and March 15th and 16th at Hyenas in Fort Worth, Texas. I have a terrible...
Sold out shows.
Yeah, those are sold out, those ones. They're at the top there, and my
Just
special
teasing.
is at Comedy Genius. You can check it out, comedygenie.us. All right.
Yeah.
So let's just go into stories because you are a celebrity chef, and I want to get into this Wonka story.
yeah,
Are you
baby.
interested, Andrew?
Shoot, hit me with it.
All right. Why don't you explain, Garrett, because you're the one who found this little diamond in the rough.
This is beautiful. On Facebook, in Glasgow, in Scotland, they advertised the Willy Wonka. Well, not Willy Wonka. The Willy's Chocolate Experience, and a $45 experience. You're supposed to bring your family.
I've had that behind a Red Lobster.
Yeah. The website is willyschocolateexperience.com. And you can go to the website now. Can't buy tickets, sadly, because when all the families showed up, it was a warehouse. It was an empty warehouse with crackheads playing all of the characters. Can we play?
Well, wait. So they used AI images to sell this ticket experience.
Yeah.
Can you guys bring up the full screen?
It looks like
This is what they sold it as.
Whoa.
I'm gonna take my
Okay.
kids through this. It's gonna be really cool. It's
Yeah.
gonna be fun. Maybe they'll get some candy out of it.
Now let's take a look at the actual pictures.
And this is what they got.
This is what it was. Just scroll through it.
Like a slideshow.
So it's an airport?
It's
an
a-
abandoned
It's an
An
warehouse.
abandoned warehouse. It was described as.
Ooh, that's a mean
printed
hustle,
off.
boy.
It's
AI
Woodstock
footage.
99.
Look
It's
at that.
Fire Festival for kids.
What is this?
Oh, man.
So the kids, they got one jelly bean
One jelly
and
bean.
a little communion cup of lemonade.
Were the Oompa Loompas just people with birth defects? Like
Show the Oompa Loompa.
Oh, we
Show
have the
Oompa
Oompa Loompa. That's the one Oompa Loompa they had.
That's a bunch of golden ticket winners.
It's a
Literally
prostitute?
Yes.
a meth lab with a prostitute.
also had a new made-up villain called the Unknown that came out of walls and scared kids.
We have video of
We
that.
do have a video, yeah.
Oh, so
The
they just
Unknown.
they had a sex offender?
So
Yes.
not only not only do they not get any candy, they get scarred
The
for
kids
life.
go, ah.
Man, that's a mean investment, man. Imagine the return on interest if you were to just put down like $1,000.
Yeah.
They hustle so many people. Man, that was a good
Well,
one.
they got so mad that the families called the police. It's pretty great. It's really funny too because they all have the Glasgow
sorry, man.
accent, so it's a little silly.
I'm sorry.
Andrew, I got to ask, what's the worst way you've ever seen a restaurant ran, and did it compare to this?
That's pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. This is equivalent to like.
I don't know if I can watch this. Yeah.
Brother, thank you so much for, I guess, speaking to me about all of this. And I really just want to talk to you about, I guess, your experience with being in the Foreign Legion in Ukraine and anything you can tell me about that.
Yeah, sure, no worries, but it's not gonna sound very good to be honest.
It's
Even
not very
when I'm
good.
planning to come back, I literally had my nearly last arrangements, pre-last arrangements to go back on the front lines with a different team and so on. And yeah, but mainly it's really bad because I served in different militaries, different private sectors all over the globe, and that was a sorry for my language was really bad.
Yeah. In what way?
Okay, starting from the beginning, I fully understand when in the beginning it's third week of war when we nearly got deployed on the first combat deployment. It straight away was absolute chaos. It was first was with Erpin next to the Kiev. Of course, they collected really highly experienced blokes like myself, like some guys who come to the Foreign Legion. They spend a month training and then they go into the war, let's say war zones and stuff. But we had 2 nights to prepare, and we was heading then straight to the Kiev and straight to the Erpin.
Yeah.
They were really hiding information. You're constantly going into the blind, absolute blind. You go in, they send you, like I said, we went to the app and we straight away got smacked by artillery, direct sniper fire and so on. We wasn't aware of where we're going, any maps, anything. It just, 34 blokes, foreign blokes. We get you in the forest, we'll show you where to go and good luck.
Right.
It was really poor organized. But like I said, I thought that was only the beginning because it was third week of war, and it's a big chaos. It's a Kiev still have what they call 60 miles convoy coming in, to assault Kiev and so on. But it continued for, like I said, for another 2-3 months. It was still the same, different units, different places, different commanders. Was still the same. They will drop us off in the middle of nowhere. We don't know where is the friendlies, where is the enemies, what our prop objective and so on. It was just released. Yeah, okay, guys, just just walk there 4 miles and then set an OP and like, okay. Any friendlies, anything, any intel? No, nothing. Just go. That's the order. Literally that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think that was just to the foreign fighters, or do you think that was like through the Defence Force wide?
This Defense Force, like my partner, she's into sports. She's like really highly at sports in Ukraine. I don't want to mention the titles and so
Absolutely
on,
not.
but she's higher up. And she knows loads of people who does martial arts and kind of. She have really wide circle of people who does the sports and especially martial artists. Most of them end up being in the front lines and stuff.
Yes.
And she knows many guys who've been fighting from 2014 from the first invasion. And she was saying, look, never changed. It always been the same. They always fought the same. They will send the blokes not knowing where they're going, what's their objective, or if they have any backup, like happened to a couple of my teams who got killed because they didn't had any backup when they requested just some cover fire from artillery. Didn't got any help. And the end, they find out that the guys from the artillery didn't had any rounds for the last 2 days. Like, you sending your team into deep enemy territory, like 6 clicks, being surrounded by enemies, and you have nothing to back up your boys out if something happens in an area where already we had the combats and our guys died. Some famous names, who've been on television and so on. The guys died there, and you pushing again those guys back in into it just doesn't make sense. So many ops look like you just totally, suicide. Like your friends who got in contact, both of us, he the same. He got sent out less than a day on an combat op, and the guys got killed and heavily injured and so on. It's like, wow, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. And what sort of casualties are we talking about? Is it 2% or is it 50%? Like, how many guys are dying on these ops?
Depending on the op, depending on the area under whose command, but I don't know. It could be 5%. It could be the team, which is quite famous. The guys all over the news. One of them got POW. Andy. He got POW. I think if from the whole team, it's only one guy survived and one is POW.
Right.
6-7 man team. Literally, our team refused to go into that, go back to the same location where we got absolutely hammered. Other team said, we will go instead of you, and like I said, only one alive and one captured, and the rest of the guys are dead.
And how often is that happening? Like, how often does a complete team just get eliminated?
In my case, that was only once. But the numbers is like ridiculous. The amount of the guys getting killed is just, I don't know. I just don't want to speculate any numbers.
Yeah.
Without being, I just can't tell how the management was running, how like I said, they were sending us left and right, and then how my personal 3 firearms disappeared from the armory. It's like, wow, that's brilliant, guys. That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my past AK disappeared from the armory with the pistol, and then my Bren disappeared. And after that, I had Belgium Scar L. It's like, seriously, how the guns disappear from the armory. It's like loads of corruption, loads of really shady shit going on there.
Right. And can you tell me about some of the corruption that's happening?
Like, let's say the guy who was in charge of the armory, the guns was constantly disappearing from the small firearms to bigger toys, anti-armored vehicle stuff, anti-aircraft, low-flying anti-aircraft stuff. Things were disappearing. The commander who was in charge was reported repeatedly to the special services who collected the statements from us multiple times, and they did nothing. Right. And it's like, how it's possible the guy steals so much kit, and we actually, he steals and nothing happens. Or the guys who send so many teams to die into literally suicidal missions. Like, guys, that's straightforward death trap. It's like even no-brainer. The guy with the minimal infantry skills, like, you shouldn't go there. And most of us, most of us like highly experienced with 10-20 years of military experience of Middle East and so on, and they just don't want to listen. That's where you go. The real guys die. Or that look, that command which is incompetent command, but they still get the command large numbers of people, and it's happening again and again. And now the same commander who officially apologized for losing so many people in Bucha, then you got the same into, I think it's Severodonetsk. Yeah, Severodonetsk. After that, now he's in charge in Zaporozhye again. He's losing people. Like, how the hell do you keep those people in charge? And it's not like, you understand some ops you go in, someone's died, someone gets injured, and you're like, yeah, that was bad luck. Well, it was just you just fighting, simple as that. But some you go, you look, and it's like, not, you're asking to die. That's just literally stupid shit you want us to do.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that's the largest amount of my friends who died or got injured, and literally through those off. It's only a couple of my mates who died. They're like, well, that was a bad shit, bad luck.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yes.
It just was.
Sorry, you're saying so most people are, I guess,
No.
needlessly
Yeah.
dying through incompetence.
Yeah. I don't know if it's incompetence. The thing is, it's some kind of culture, because, like I said, it was exactly the same happening with the Ukrainian soldiers, and especially veterans who have like a highly skilled. No one wants to listen usually. It's not like we have a very important man coming in one of the places where heavily fighting was happening. He's from US. In regards of heavy supplies of loads of equipment, from bullets to ammunition to the newest drones and night visions and so on and so on, and he was like asking the commanders, because I was translator that day, and he was asking commanders of various teams like a sniper team, and he said, why are you not fighting like in the guys fought in Middle East? You see the target, well, you sneak up, you see the target, you pop the target because they're usually the same locations, and you disappear and you repeat the same tactics. And the sniper team commander's answer was Ukrainians. They tell us how to conduct the operations, and that fighting to get independence from Ukrainian incapable so many commanders was constantly being suppressed. Like I said, I had 3 teams already, being 3 different teams. A fourth one I refused to go on the last combat all because I said, guys, we're sending you to die. And most of the team were, let's say 80-70% guys never seen the combat here in Ukraine. I said, guys, I'm refusing to go. And guess what? You know who got injured? Another couple guys got injured. One got heavily injured and one guy got killed in the first 100 meters of the combat op, where because they didn't tell them what's going on. It's so much misinformation. Then I don't know. Like, Ukrainians have a joke, like SF guys. I remember even in Erpin in the first week, we said so many Ukrainian commanders who've been retired, they came back to run the operations and units, and it's like, guys, you fight old school and you don't want to learn the new ways, how you fight guerrilla warfare. Maybe some do, I'm not saying all, it's just my personal experience, what I came across. But yeah, they just don't want to listen. It's like, guys, we can do it smarter. Nah, that's the order. Well, that's stupid. Guys will die. Well, or you obey the order, or you get, your contract cancelled, and that's it. There was no middle ground. And until this day, still hear the same stories. Guys just get sent, and that's how we want it. It's like, but that's literally stupid.
Yes, for sure. And you mentioned the corruption before of like weapons and things like that going missing. Are they being sold on, or are they just being stolen? Or insight on that?
I don't know nothing for sure. I can only guess that it's to money, to gain money, because missing and law or Matador anti-low flying aircraft systems and so on, I can be sure they can serious money. Looks like there is for so many people now is war is, I don't know, not good but profitable time, and so many of them, now it's more and more projects going on in regards of finding, or the hardest way is to find reliable sources where your donations and supplies and equipment can literally reach the right people. I know one of my colleagues, we fought together in Etin and Bucha, and he had a massive delivery from Czech Republic, hundreds of thousands pounds worth of magazines and so on. and he asked the local SBU team, and I said, look, it disappeared on when they entered the country, and I can't retract it. And they're like, oh, we don't know nothing about it, but we'll make investigation. And guess what? The same guy have another thousands worth of equipment, but he's now scared to send it. He's literally saying me, I will send it to you, and then you will distribute it where it need to be, because so many people just not relying on them because they know how it's corrupted. Lviv is now one of the most luxurious cities probably in the country, because most stuff goes there and disappears. If it crosses the border and so on, it's just pure corruption. Pure corruption. I thought they will pick up because it's a war against, if you lose this war, it's like it can't be worse. It's like the biggest price you can pay is lose the war. But people are still stealing left and right. Like my last pay haven't been paid, and we haven't got paid a single penny for our combat ops, and some guys who've been in combat ops haven't got even basic pay, and it's been like this from 2014 at least. For the Ukrainian soldiers, it's like, what's going on, guys? You get the money to pay the wages and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Then nothing to. Yeah, I have nothing to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
go for it.
where do you think that money's going?
Well, the problem in Ukraine, most countries, they have a mafia to steal money, odd people to steal money, governments or whatever, let's say obtain more money. But for them, looks like the culture. It's from the bottom feeders, from the small commanders to the higher up. There is like President Zelensky. He knew about the attack, and he admitted it publicly that they knew about the attack of over a year ago, but then they wanted to save the economy. And then another thing, he wasted the shitloads of money on the road instead of our military programs. Like when he came into power, he stopped the rockets, anti, loads of stuff got stopped, and it looks like they're stealing from all levels, because that guy who we reported, who was in charge, commander, of missing guns and so on constantly from the armory, and not even armory. It looked like the local, let's say, secure intelligence teams were quite aware of it quite well, because he never got locked up. He always got away. It's like nothing never happened to him. It's like, how come? He'd been reported. Guns are missing, his signatures and everything. It's like you can't just hide it. The gun disappeared in the books and everywhere. That gun being left in an armory. It's like some obvious things. It looks like they steal on every level. That's it. It just everyone tries to profit from it. Not everyone. Everyone who have the right contacts and let's say right attitude, maybe trying to profit from it. That's the problem. If you read like SBU main chief being taken off of his duties, but they knew about his shady businesses ages ago, until they did something too much, and that's when they start slamming on them. It's like, but guys, he knew about them being shady and taking the mines. I think that was the mines, the bridge or the roads and everything being mined from the seaside, and they took the mines just before the assault. And it's like, how come? And that was the secret agency's job, our secret agency's job. Why you take the mines and everything just before the assault? I don't know. It's really bad. We came with our hearts, leaving good jobs, good lives and everything, really good lives, to help them out. People pouring from their own businesses and their own pockets insane amount of money, and we're risking our lives and everything, and they still do things like this. It's like, really frustrating.
I bet. Oh, yeah, I bet that would be very, very difficult, especially if you're knowing people dying, as a direct result of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how much experience have you had with, like, against the Russians? Are they having, because I guess a lot of the media is saying that they're being completely defeated. Is that your sort of experience with them, or are they supplied well, and are they moving forwards into Ukraine?
At the moment, looks like, yeah, they have so much more. I know I know more than a couple teams who is very active, and usually they get, they get more fire than they can deliver. Like one of my friends' team just recently tried to make an assault and realized that there was so many armored vehicles that they were far to be able to engage, and they're like top-notch guys, like the most equipped, let's say, forces in the country, and they were like, no, we wasn't able. There was too many armored vehicles, there was too many, and we need to fall back and replan and so on. And one thing I think they are slowly losing, but at the same time, the Russians getting tired because it costs loads of money and stuff and supplies. The intensity of fighting, at least from my personal experience, slow down.
Yeah.
Makes sense as well, because there is not as much moving. There is no 10, 20, 30 Ks per day of, taking the ground from one other side. Now it's more trench warfare. Looks like it slowed down, but in regards of how much artillery goes, I think our guys were saying we actually can feel the difference finally, that it's not only enemy artillery, shooting at us, but we're shooting at them as well. Then hard to say, really hard to say, to be honest.
Yeah. Like from
Because
your
it's like where I'm. Yeah.
You go. Sorry.
No, go for it.
I was going to ask, like, from your experience on the front, do you think Ukraine can overcome this war and then push the Russians back to the original border?
With the support of the world, that's a must. US and so on, with the support of the war, and maybe a couple higher up people, more than a couple higher up people, pulling the fingers out of their asses and actually start slamming and cutting the heads of the people who steals massive amount of the equipment and so on. Yeah, definitely, because I think Ukrainians now have over 1 million soldiers ready to fight. The people there, Ukrainians, I was amazed. I was at how many men just ready to go to fight. It's like ridiculous, phenomenal number of men. As soon as the war started, men and women were just rejected at the recruitment offices, because there's so many ready to go and fight. So many. It's like I've never been in a country where there is so many people ready to fight. And yeah, I think they can, with the support and changing mentality and making some improvement. It regards literally the corruption of stealing left and right, vehicles constantly disappearing as well, and so on. It's like, yeah, they definitely would win. Definitely they will win.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, but how much faith, I guess, do you have in that corruption will get sorted out, I guess, sooner rather than later?
I think more as I said before, from the small companies or charities who donates vehicles or a couple of helmets, to the larger companies. By the sound of it, it's more and more of them wants the foreigners to deal with the transportation, organization, and so on. It's simple companies maybe deliver a couple vehicles per week to the front. The guys driving the cars from point A to point B, literally into the front, and making the pictures and showing, guys, these vehicles definitely reached the front. Did not stay in the Kiev, and some fat commander haven't stole them, hit them, and sold them or whatever. Then I think, yeah, it will improve, because the pressure will go higher and higher. There's more and more projects I hear when huge companies want to implement their own logistics teams made of the foreigners who they know definitely will do the job.
Oh.
Then hopefully that will start poking. When you start poking the fingers in certain people, they probably will need to step up, like what happened with the SBU commander, the main chief. They needed to change because too many people from other countries find out about what's going on. And hopefully it will happen as soon as possible, because now when the guys see loads of heavy equipment, then the country should have enough anti-armored vehicles equipment to smash them, but they don't have any. It's like, how come? Those guys are the top of the food chain. They should have anything they need, to be honest. Where it all disappeared.
Yes. Of course. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? That level of corruption.
Yes, it is. It's like I said, very frustrating. Our own friends, as you know, included and so on, because pure level of corruption is like, guys, it's not even skill of the enemy, it's just literally pure corruption.
And the Russians you have come up against personally, I guess, with your teams, are they well-trained soldiers? Are they well-equipped? Or are they more like conscript soldiers with no idea?
It depends where. I think what I noticed, the more skilled guys, they don't get captured or killed as easily, but the ones, the conscripts you call, those probably we get around. But what I noticed personally, let's say the same Epin and Bucha, they left loads of not only dead bodies and so on, but they left loads of marks of their heavily drinking. And the interesting thing, they were banning those places. It's like they were opening their own clubs of drinking, and after they retreat, they ban everything and so on. It's like everywhere was, everything smashed and so on. There was, what kind of a professional soldier will come and break every door and smash everything, ban and drink intensively? They drinking like myself. I think I had my first welcome 2 shots of spirit, 2 shots, and that's it in like 2 or 3 months time when I joined a new team, and that's it. And we were finding loads and loads of leftovers of alcohol, and that for me was a big thing, how professional you are if you consume such amount of alcohol. And then the people, the same ones, Epin, we were fighting a lot, but Buches we had the chance to speak with some more with locals, and they were saying, look, at the beginning they were stealing mattresses and beddings and so on, we understood, but when they start breaking into the shops, stealing alcohol and demanding for sex, pay sex, and if people refuse, then they would rape and so on left and right, and it's like, how come highly skilled soldier could do such a thing? I know we do violence and so on, but we do violence to the enemy, not to the civilians. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's until now I'm quite shocked with the attitude, and they've been fighting like this from the old days. When you look at the history, they always been rapings and lootings and so on, and drinkings. Because like in my country, most of my father age people, they all served to the Red Army. It was not optional. It was, oh, you go serve or we just gonna shoot you on a spot. And all these stories was about heavily drinking. Looks like since 50 years ago or so, they haven't changed. And then how come they allow the commanders and so on so heavily drinking and looting and raping and so on? It's like, where's the professionals? That's not a professional's job. Can't imagine professional acting like this. It's like, just maybe I don't understand something about the warfare, but I've been in more than a couple of places, and even some very, very bad places where civilization barely exists, but even there, civilians was big no. Enemy's enemy, but it's civilian. You're not gonna do things what they were doing or drinking so much when you're operational. It's like, yeah, it really, really, really surprised me. Then, yeah, my personal experience, they poorly trained, well equipped in regards to the heavy equipment like tanks and BTRs, BMPs, and so on. All the big toys, which is harder, to take down with what we have. Otherwise, they constantly were using artillery. It's really hard to get to them. They were constantly, anything moves, they will kill. It's a civilian or it's my own eyes I seen. I remember I passed with 3 young men in Epin, and other team which were closer were planning to approach those 3 young men, and it opened up. The artillery from the Russian side were hammering those kids. They smashed them into bits. I probably was like 150 meters watching, the artillery work, and they were just hammering that place, absolutely annihilating them. Why you would use so much artillery on the civilians? That's again, how professional is this? I haven't came across since day one till now, till to where we say, wow, that was professional. The guys knew what they were doing. No, not from my personal experience. I truly believe they should have experienced soldiers because they've been fighting in many places. because most countries would supporting them being occupied by them anyway. And they should, but I haven't came across any professionals so far.
Does that make you think that maybe Russia just has not yet deployed their professional units, or are those units just not as trained as we might think?
They deployed from when you speak to the guys who've been, like I said, in a fight from 2005 and 14 and so on. They said they actually deployed majority of the experienced fighting force at the beginning of the war.
Right.
And as you know, at the beginning of the war, they were taking just phenomenal amount of casualties. We were making some serious damage at the beginning until it became more trench warfare after the Kiev got defended, all that side from Belarus got defended, and we start moving the other side, east and south. That's where the trench warfare started beginning. That's where we start. It's became much harder, ridiculously harder to identify actually, kill someone and so on. If you had effective fire and so on, it's so much harder to identify. But yeah, that's, I think in the beginning they sent their best boys. Most of them died, which of course they will have some smarter units who probably try to be refilled with the new manpower. But yeah, I know the only thing that the Air Force still have plenty of power.
Yes.
That's what we be advised to remember from US. Like I said, we had a serious visit, and the guy said, don't forget they have still plenty of Air Force left in them. But why they not using it yet?
Yes. That's something that I have been pondering on massively as well, is the overwhelming power of the Russian Air Force, and that it seems like it's just not being used. What's your thoughts on that?
At the beginning, they were using a lot of the Air Force, but they were taking like phenomenal amount of the planes and stuff taken down. We hear that the pilots were like literally refusing to go in, and we have loads of videos in general of a large amount of Russian soldiers saying, now here to do what, they've been, how to say, they're coming in certain places fighting themselves, the jobs being incapable to doing so, often self-unseen. So plenty, because myself, I speak Russian because I was born, when I was born, my country was still in the Russian Federation. It's there's plenty of videos of them saying we didn't want to go to fighting and so on. We fully refusing to go any further because we were trained and ready for that kind of specialized fighting and so on. I think they probably can't do much as they would like to, because you can use your Air Force, but then you need someone to fill the ground as well. It's like a half job. It's like starting the engine. Yeah, engine is working, but there is no fuel to drive the car. And I think they probably paranoid that the whole NATO or something could trigger. The war could be triggered with the NATO. They could be keeping it for the bigger problems in case it would happen. Yeah, then I think that's two reasons. One is they're incapable to fill up the areas which they, let's say, would bomb or so on, and the second one, they paranoid and they're waiting for a bigger war.
Yes, because that's, I guess, a bit of what I've seen is I think that maybe that's more so that Russia is waiting for, or keeping a lot of equipment back in case NATO does come, because like the evidence of the really modern tanks and really modern planes, at least from my opinion, I just haven't seen it, and I'm surprised, because I sort of thought, well, hang on, there's not much that Ukraine would have in its back pocket to be able to shoot down like a Su-57 or something. I'm like, why are they not using this? Or is this because they are paranoid that if NATO comes in, that they will still need that equipment and can't lose it early?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
You go, sorry.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you go.
I wanted something to say and I forgot, to be honest.
Sorry.
I just understood. Yeah, just realized what I wanted to say.
Well,
Let's don't forget there is a different mentality. I think yourself, you have been deployed into the countries where cultures are very different.
right.
You know, fighting and locals, from the small things to fighting, they're very different mentalities, you know. And let's don't forget Russians in regards of stealing and corruptions. They probably one of the how to say, they laundered lots of money, because I think when the Putin went into war, he been lied to that all those money was being invested into the mighty Red Army actually been loads of stolen and laundered and so on. If Ukraine can manage to steal so much, equipment and so on, and laundering and stealing, you know, all that shady stuff while we've been attacked, try imagine what's going on in Russia.
Yes.
They stealing and corruption, and how they launder the money, like when they were retreating from Irpin and Bucha, we had some of the most what they call, it was one of the largest or most intense artillery assaults, not assaults, let's say artillery discharges in the whole war. And we were joking, we're saying Russians actually they did it purposely just to write it off, the ammunition and so on, because not all ammunition which been shoot actually been shot out and so on, because then they can steal, sell and so on. Don't forget, so many of the commanders need to cover the big projects, let's say. Then it could be that yes, they have some parade equipment, but it's not as much as the Putin even himself thought, because the corruption is ridiculous in that country, literally beyond understanding.
Yeah.
A different culture, very different culture on stealing and obtaining stuff which shouldn't be yours, especially when your neighbors needs it and so on, but different mentality.
Yeah, it's definitely something, I guess, and you say correctly, when it comes from like the Australian Army, and like the Australian Army has corruption through the networks, but you know, I couldn't imagine what it's like in a foreign army, like say, for example, like Russia, how much corruption there must be. Like I think if Australian colonels get away with it, like how much must the Russian colonels be able to get away with, I guess.
It literally beyond understanding, because that's what my missus reminds me. She said, look, you've been mainly serving in professional armies and professional companies and so on, where yes, they do their own job, but not that when personal weapons disappears from the armories. And never even in some African countries, there was your personal weapon to disappear. That's like absolutely beyond stupidity. Then try imagine what's happening on the Russian side. And they've been always like this. Everyone who served in the army, they were saying they were stealing left and right anything they can, and even things what they can is like ridiculous amount they were stealing even then. And as we see, the mentality haven't changed a lot. They still drinking a lot, disobedient, unorganized, just part of the culture.
Oh, sure. Can you, without, I guess, giving away anything, can you tell me about your experience before this war?
I was in African countries doing mainly private jobs, and there was quite a bit of fighting and so on. Then I seen quite a bit of a corruption and so on, and then I served in my own country for many years. Let's say more on the line, doing the job that I like. And yeah, that's the most I can tell you, to be honest.
No, that's absurd. That's absolutely fine. Can you tell me a little bit about the situation that was inside Ùώu's and Irpin? Because there's so much misinformation out there, I guess, on both sides. Everything from how bad it was all the way through to propaganda machines saying that a lot of it was staged. The casualties on the road were staged and everything like that. But I'd like to hear it from the source. Like your best explanation of what happened there from your own eyes.
Yeah, from my own eyes, from my own experience, like I said, I seen guys people being killed by their own artillery, or not their own, by the Russian artillery. And they were shooting anything what moves, literally anything they registered, they will deliver loads of artillery rounds. Let's say when we were coming into Irpin, our artillery units were in the forest, and there they were using actually in the city. They were all over the city, moving the artillery, depending on what kind of a, let's say, equipment they're using. But some we actually seen ourselves when they shoot from one spot and from another spot, and they're using the houses and the people as the cover, the Russians. And identifying targets, they were shooting literally anywhere. Anything moves. We always identify and so on, and double check and get in contact with the other teams and so on. And you just don't shoot anything what moves. But for them, it's like it was ridiculous. The amount of people killed and their own stories and so on is just beyond. It's like you said, all those places where they drank, and so many banned places and trashed places. Anywhere we come across where the Russians, where everything was smashed and stolen, and just full on looting. Our places, it could be the 15 in the same building, and expensive, especially Bucha is it's the very, let's say, high-end city, high-end part of the Kiev, I would say. That's where the rich people would live. There was poorer areas, but there was large amount of very, very rich areas, very rich houses and so on. And where we were, like you said, keys of the cars and expensive alcohols and so on, everything left. Our guys didn't touch much stuff. But where the Russians, everything been wiped out, absolutely wiped out. In one place in Bucha, I remember one guy, he's like fighting age guy, but you can see have some kind of a strong disability. And he said, well, the one day the tank was the Russian guys were drunk in a tank and driving around, and in no combat zone. There was no combat going on for a while in that area, and they said how he said they thought that there was a sniper in the building, and they start shooting at the building. It's like, and his mom confirmed the same story, and so on and so on. There were so many stories when them just shooting at people, which just makes sense. A stage. Well, ask those guys who've been there. I had some people telling me how it was in Bush. I said, wait, I was one of the first people to go in there, and we were the last ones to leave. Because we were after the Bucha got defended and towards the Gostomel, that's it. We were straight away. We directed in less than a week into the south side of the country, because we were actually a direct action. Then how people can tell, I still hear those stories, and I say, wait, can you listen to me? Then try listen to me. I've been there, and I've not been sitting in a trench or something where I've been moving a lot, different unit, different places. From one small, let's say, stage storm, someone would say, well, maybe it's the wall, but it's not. Andy, who been captured, first his video was really smart. It's all over, it's quite hidden, but it's all over the internet. They tried to find someone to hide it. Andy, who got captured, in the first interview he pretended to be a bit more volunteer and so on. He was playing smart, but then you can see they cracked him. And the second and third videos he was saying about the butcher, he didn't see any bodies and so on. I'm like, mate, you was in my team, in my fire team, not the battalion, not something, not the platoon. We were in the same fire team. We seen the same bodies, we seen the same deaths, we did the same fighting. But I fully understand that's how the propaganda works. They're good at torturing people, the Russians, and it's my Andy. We made fought so many weeks and months and telling that nothing was happening there. And that's how they use propaganda. There until I swapped the teams when we moved towards the south, but we were in the same team until the last day in the Bucha. You see the same guy who'd been there because we've been captured. Now they're using him as someone who says, no, there was no bodies, there was no killing, there was nothing, it was everything clean. What the stories of the people and our own nights and our own, let's say, actions while we've been there. Yeah, that's how, let's say, how much I can say, I guess, without repeating too much.
No, for sure. And that's why I appreciate you so much speaking to me this, because I've confirmed that you're legit and that it's from your own eyes rather than third, fourth, fifth hand information, which seems to be everything out here, to be honest. Have you read the article reported from Amnesty International, basically accusing Ukraine of basically accusing them of war crimes? Can you give any insight into that if you've read that article?
Well, like I said, I went through 3 teams so far, and like I said, there was quite serious amount of my close friends dead and injured and so on. I'm on the holidays for now over a month, and I try to keep away of any unnecessary information, unless it's my own guys who is in a hospital or
Yes.
someone is having some businesses. No, I haven't read, but I can roughly guess where it's all going. Then, if you want, you can give me a quick brief, and I will share my opinion on that matter, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be great. So I guess the big accusations are that the Ukrainian soldiers didn't really provide any evacuation for people in civilian areas, and that they were staying in like civilian houses and like occupying civilian areas while there were still civilians in those areas, using like hospitals as somewhere to like stage attacks out of or store weapons, and things along those lines. More, I guess, the way I read it, if it was true, was more humanitarian laws being broken rather than, I guess, some war crimes. It was more, yeah, they'll hospitals, and I guess you have to like credit for this
I can
use
drive
only
it.
my
It's
personal
just like sad
experience so
there.
far. When we came in, we used a couple schools to stay before we got our contract signed and so on. But after that, we were moving into buildings and so on where there is no people. Even if there was, like you say, the last pass of the airgate just before going into Bucha. We never had a single firefight or anything to jeopardize the civilians. Never, ever. And I never hear anyone being, to be honest, injured unnecessary or using the life target, because if you're gonna start, I'll say, disappointing the local people, your own people, that's like well, you're asking for losing the war and so on. Like I said, I personally haven't seen anything anywhere. Like I said, our artillery was hitting from the forest, also coming from the forest, while the Russians were directly using the buildings and so on to fight. The buildings we were using to fight nearly always was empty. It was just before we moved somewhere else and so on. We don't have a single time when the civilians got involved so far.
Yeah. No, thanks for that insight. I do appreciate that. What about in Donetsk city? Because I know there is definitely some, at least it could be propaganda, but evidence and people who are in that city who say that Ukrainian artillery is indiscriminately hitting that city.
You see, Donetsk, the problem with Donetsk is the it's highly pro-Russian side of the country, and a couple other sides pro-Russian. There is a really stuff who passing the information constantly to the enemy and so on. For me, it's hard to say anything about how they conduct the fighting against all those, let's say, spies, if you can call it, and so on. I really don't know. And yeah, hard to say. At least anyone who I know never admitted shooting a civilian or using direct artillery, any kind of engagement so far, to be honest.
Yeah, right. But do you think there could be more done from the Ukrainian resources to protect civilians or provide evacuations, or do you think that's being handled fairly well?
You see, the problem is the Russians have been continuously doing those like ambushes. They agree of green corridors, and then they absolutely annihilate. There was one they call Katiol. My missus is great at the dates and the numbers. She's like absolutely phenomenal at recalling their history. And they had, I think, over 1,000 people killed just before, not this war, but before. They had some kind of conflict, and they gave a green tunnel, the Russians, to the people to retreat. Pretty loads of soldiers and stuff there, and they all got slaughtered, absolutely slaughtered. It became one of the country's things to remember. And it's been happening constantly when Green Corridor has been trying to mate and so on. But the Russians just, like I said, I see with my own eyes, anything moves for them, they don't care. It looks like they have infinite amount of artillery and so on. They would fire at anyone who moves. And yeah, I don't know what the Ukrainians could do, to be honest, because it's so heavily pro-Russian area. It's really hard to fight because there's probably most of those people supporting more Russians than Ukrainians. And it's really hard to say. That's never a topic which I've thought about too much. I just knew that it's very dangerous because it's more pro-Russian, and we need more foreign soldiers, let's say, in a foreign legion and so on. International legion, where there is more people who can speak Russian as well, because it's a different fighting, different warfare than how it was in the other sides of the country, because that's the mainly pro-Russian areas.
Yeah. And how sort of pro-Russian are those towns? Like the people left on those frontline towns, would you say that they're majority pro-Russian, or just people left? Like how common is it to be pro-Russian out there?
By the sound of it, I would say nearly next to the majority. Definitely more pro-Russian than the, because those areas, I don't know the history again. My miss is really good at it. Those areas, I think it was Russia areas. Yeah. Originally, it was settlements by the Russians. I'm not sure now, or they sent loads of Russians like the British did in Northern Ireland and so on. They tried to, dilute the local population. And I'm not sure if it's a dilution of the local population, or like the Russians did, they gave away some lands as a sorry lands, like they did in Latvia. They gave a part which is purely Russian. It's I don't remember the name now, but in that part of the town and that area, the Latvian speaks only Russian, and most of them have Russian passports and so on. That it could be the same with Donetsk. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. But by the sound of it, what I know, we were prepping for much more complicated warfare because of the amount of the pro-Russian supporters. Giving away our positions and so on, our movements.
Yeah, that makes it such a harder 3-4 dimensional environment if the civilians around you are calling in potentially like your locations, positions too, and handing it over to the other side to then fire upon.
Yeah, that's what probably happened with our mutual friend. The team got ambushed at really not a place they should be ambushed, and they've been ambushed very accurately, and the first mortar rounds were just perfect. Straight away into killed and injured soldiers, highly experienced, highly 40 years old with plenty of military experience and combat experience. On the first 100 meters in the enemy territory. It does a lot. That there is quite a lot of information leaking, or I don't know what else it could be. How come the enemy was so accurate and so good at timing and accuracy and so on? We've been mortared like it's a ridiculous amount. They just don't hit you, and they use different stuff to hit you. It's like from 3 different artillery units, and we still, most of us, the guys straight away got, killed and injured. It's like makes you wonder how come it can be from being so inaccurate and so useless into so accurate and so good, so let's say so precise killing, fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you come across any of the mass graves that Russia's been accused of of having of both their own civilians and or them burning bodies to try and apparently get rid of like some evidence of both their own killed and killed civilians.
Proper mass graves, I haven't. Only the places where they banned the civilian, where whoever they banned. Because, like I said, there was again, as I repeat myself, there was loads of marks of that there was heavily drinking because loads of alcohol, bottles and so on, and bodies. Then, God knows, I wasn't able to identify was their own soldiers or the civilians or what, because they haven't left much after them.
Yeah. And how is the morale of the Ukrainian fighters? Like, are they, are they upbeat or are they beaten down? Like how's the morale currently?
It's really interesting. Like I said, in regards of being brave and wanting to fight, they're really high. But like I just spoke to my friend recently, and they're in an area where there is loads of special forces guys. And they said they all like a small, secluded gangs. They said they barely work with each other. It's like gangland. And it's like, how come guys, you on the front lines and you should be the top tier? You should be like working with each other really well. A bit of a it's normal. A knack there, it's a joke there maybe. Sarcasm, but no, they're like, I don't know, it's really strange. High morale, but they're still struggling to work together from my personal experience. Like the main thing when we were running a training for the guys, let's say closer to the front line, and one of the higher commanders, I was translating for him, and the question was given to him, how well we are supported on the front lines. And he said, depending how good is your commander with making the contacts with the local, artillery teams, with this, it depends how much support you will get and so on how good is the commander of speaking to others and, arranging things, which is quite odd. Like in our military, it doesn't matter how corrupted you are, but if you have a job to do or it's part of your job, it's gonna get done. It's not a question mark. It's it's like different thinking. But there, it's like, nah, it looks like they need to be in arrangements.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit of a who you know, not what you know, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. It's a war, guys. We're all on the front line. We're all together. How come it can be, you more important than me and so on?
Yeah, and I have to ask because I know so many people will hit me up in the comments about this. But what has your experience been with, I guess, the nationalist groups in Ukraine, and as people would say, the neo-Nazi like sympathizers / groups that people accuse of people like Azov and stuff like that? Can you sort of explain any of that?
Well, since day one, I came across more than a couple Azov guys because they have a base in Kiev as well. It's not only like most people think Azov Stalin, that's where the Azov only comes from and so on. I haven't came across of the fascism so far. I came across of couple stray not supporters likers of the Hitler, but that was a foreign guy from where, I think Brazil.
Right.
And that's the only time I came across anything like this, to be honest, personally. And like I said, I've been around quite a lot. I've been engaging with various teams and so on. Yeah, that's my personal experience, and I never heard so far about the fascism and so on. But then when you look, Europe is like, we're quite, well, let's say Baltic countries is quite, can be very racist, to be honest. It's not as liberal yet. They're moving towards it, but they're not. And it's strange if someone would even say that there is something towards that kind of a stuff in Ukraine when the rest of the Baltic countries, so many other countries, most of the Africa racist. If the white man never been we've been called milking cows. Yeah. Unless we're talking about proper Nazis and sympathizers of Hitler style stuff, then no, I haven't came across nothing like this. Happily, because if I would be definitely talking about it.
Get some insight on both sides of the propaganda that's coming in. Is there a big part of these so neo-Nazis
See, that's the next big I spoke to a couple of people who was already on the front lines and stuff, and I was the same. I was like, I don't want to be a Nazi, rapist, killer, Azov, and so on. One of my friends, for like 10 years, one of my best friends, over 10 years, and he was like, "Are you going to Ukraine fight for those people and so on?" And I said, "Yes, I will." And he was like, "I hope you're not gonna get into Azov and see how rapists and so on they are." And I said, "And time will show. If what, I will let you know." And he's like, "Hopefully we'll survive that." And like, yeah, I hope so. And guess what? I came across many of Azov guys, and I actually spoke to the commander when I thought about going safe in Azov, but then you need to pass the selection and so on and so on. But then I got better off, and I turned it down, but I still have that in mind. And like I said, I haven't came across that kind of a bullshit, which I was so worried prior to coming to the corrupted country.
Yes, yes. And on a different topic, I guess, what is your thoughts with winter approaching in the next, say, 8 to 10 weeks? There's been a lot of talk about that to really slow down the war, and the potential Russian advance has to be within the next couple of months. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Winter warfare, as you notice, that's what so many countries try to perfect. That's probably one of the hardest warfares when you look jungle warfare and so on, even deserts. But the cold, it stopped the Napoleon, it stopped the Germans and the World War II and so on. You can't underestimate the winters, and depending how much they have, because I'm suspecting personally that the Russians don't have much power in them and resources to be able to push much harder, because you can have as much equipment as you want, but if high amount of it doesn't work as well as you would like to, and there is not enough manpower to run it and so on, I doubt they will have anything besides just more shots, and they're getting more and more desperate with their firepower and so on. And by the look of it, Ukrainians improving a bit the artillery. Like I said, the boys were saying, finally we hammering them before the assault for 2 hours with the artillery, and then taking the ground, and so on. Then I guess they will try to show that they will try to push, but I doubt they have enough to push properly or make any difference. And again, the attacking costs loads of lives and resources and equipment and so on. I noticed myself, attacking is costly. It's a very costly thing.
Oh, is
And
attacking?
I see as a, I don't know, boxer, professional fighter, you give the opponent to you're tiring down your opponent, and then you can strike them much harder when they quite, out of breath. And I think they're giving them to get out of breath, and then probably Ukrainians at some point will hit really hard, because they have insane amount of reserve of soldiers, which no one talking about. There's thousands of soldiers we've seen ourselves who far from the front line, haven't been deployed yet.
All the old men.
There's so much going on, which we shouldn't be probably talking too much, which is good, because you never know what's going on the Ukrainian side.
Okay.
They're far from using all of their resources, all of
They have
their soldiers
thousands of,
and
yeah,
so
I
on.
guess if you include 50-plus
Yes,
year olds,
right.
I guess you'll have
Do
thousands
you
of more
think that
people. I
Ukraine would
suppose.
have the capacity to launch an offensive against that current occupied Russian areas?
certain areas, yes.
Yeah,
they,
you
they,
know,
they
it's-
have their little wins in certain areas, but like I said, yeah. Well, in their place, I wouldn't see the point in doing so, to be honest. Again, to lose so much.
Another topic I know we wanted to talk about is this was actually something we covered a couple months ago when it was just kind of being talked about. But now it's actually happened is that Chinese companies are going back to the Mao Zedong era, and they now have their own militia. First, I
The world or cities are controlled by essentially giant corporations with private armies. And that is kind of what we're seeing happening in China. But the key difference is that these militias are not just controlled by those corporations, they're mostly state-owned corporations, right? But they're also controlled by the Communist Party. It's kind of this dual control.
Yeah, it still backs the state ultimately instead of just like power to these individual companies.
Right. So if the Communist Party gives instructions, they, have to follow them. And some people are like concerned that this is basically building up China's army against foreign adversaries, but
really,
that's probably not what's really going on.
I mean, it just seems like, would you build up the actual army instead of maybe corporate militias?
Exactly. So like, what's the point of corporate militias?
I don't know. I mean, if we were really going to go back to the Mao era, then they would all kind of fight each other to see which one was the most loyal to Xi Jinping, right? Like the Red Guards, yeah.
That
could actually happen.
Yeah, but I mean, what's probably happening is that they're concerned about social unrest. And, when people protest, a lot of times the protests start over economic reasons. So
like all the local governments that can't pay civil workers.
Right.
Currently.
So it's like, I just spent 2 years building this bridge, and I'm owed like 12 months back pay, and where's my money? And the government doesn't have it. But what they do have is a militia. With a private construction company or whatever would have something that they could send in. It's more efficient than having to go to Beijing and be like, hey, would you mind sending tanks like 2,000 miles down to Henan and do this? Because remember, there was like those big bank protests there a couple of years ago.
Or I was just thinking even of like when, was it Evergrande? This is
the parking lot thing?
Yeah. I don't know if it was the parking lot thing, but basically people were protesting. Like workers were protesting that they weren't getting their, like.
I remember something like that happening with Evergrande, and this was well before like the big.
Yeah, this is before like it actually started to collapse. Right. But if you have your workers like revolting inside your company, you send in your militia.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like this is a good, really fundamental solution to solve the underlying issues.
I mean, of course, we'll have to see how it's implemented, because it could just mean that like people have to, get up early and do weird drills or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, like if they make the
like it could just
actual
be the
workers do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Volunteer to be part of the militia.
Good.
Yeah.
Then you're training workers who could be discontent to do military drills and use weapons.
I mean, otherwise, what are you going to do? Maybe the people who are unemployed because they used to be the, not the security workers, the COVID workers, the dabai, right? Like now you.
That's an interesting idea.
People who need jobs.
A lot of those people were migrants too.
Yeah.
And when you say migrants, you're talking about internal migrants.
Yeah, migrants in the sense of China, where like people will go from like the rural provinces to some of the bigger provinces to try and make some money.
Yeah, and I think the reason that they really are like migrants is that because of the hukou system, you're either registered as country folk or as city folk, and
Technical term.
yes, and if the country folk want to go to the city, in some cases they can like live there temporarily and work in factories and stuff, but they don't actually have a household registration for the city. So like if they have kids there, the kids can't go to public school. They're not like official citizens of that city, of that urban area.
You can't get
Can't get
health care,
services,
like
yeah.
certain services. So yeah,
So you basically are like it's almost like being an illegal immigrant in your own country, right? And so that system, I mean, it was designed to keep, all these poor country folk from overrunning the cities. But
Ironic, huh?
yes. What do you mean?
Because that was Mao's whole thing. Use the periphery to surround the center. Go to the countryside.
Oh,
get
yeah.
people to rise up and take out the center.
Right.
It's almost like he's like, oh, that could be used against me.
well,
I
then
mean, like,
that's when he started sending people from the city into the countryside.
Yes.
yes, that worked well, and your parents were super happy when it happened to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, although they didn't live in large cities, but they did both go down to the country. Oh, actually, they called it. It was like up to the mountains, down to the countries, or something like that. And yep.
Yeah. So anyway, all the techniques and the things the CCP had said when they were rising to power, now they prevent anyone else from doing that.
But I do think it is interesting that we are seeing more and more like this return to Mao's era in many ways. I mean, there's been lots of comparisons between Xi Jinping and Mao for many years.
I think it's actually more tactical and less fundamental than a lot of analysts think. So a lot of people say, oh, Xi Jinping is like, the worst dictator since Mao. And that misses the point that you had horrible, horrible things under Deng Xiaoping, like the Tiananmen massacre, under Jiang Zemin, like the killing of probably millions of Falun Gong practitioners, Hu Jintao and his whole destruction of Tibet, and he started the Uyghur stuff. So, like, there's been bad stuff happening this entire time, even during the period of economic reform, right? And so what we're seeing now is just that I think the economic reforms were, in a certain political sense, too much. So Xi Jinping's sort of tactic is to say, all right, well, now let's go back to this type of control. But the CCP was always trying to keep things under control. It's just that now they need to do it more because of other problems that have arisen.
I mean, I kind of agree. I think what's happening is that essentially this is fundamentally a Marxist-Leninist system, right?
Right.
So, like, they never gave that up, even during the economic reforms. So, like, what do you
Yeah, I mean,
have?
state-owned companies that are run by like the sons and daughters of party elites.
Yeah, I mean, all that really the economic, like, opening up did was essentially, like, keep the party from bankrupting the country, because there's, like, suddenly this influx of foreign capital, and then they, along with a lot of corruption, so now the party leaders and their families got wealthy.
Yeah.
Right? So, but, like, fundamentally, the system didn't change. So
Right.
what kind of tools do you have to maintain power? It is still, like, those Marxist-Leninist tools.
Right.
It's just more overt now. I mean,
Right.
people never stopped having to learn communist indoctrination in schools. Like, these things didn't stop, but, like, it was just kind of like no one was really paying attention from the outside, because it was like, well, like, nobody takes it seriously anymore. I mean, how many times have you heard, oh, well, like, okay, nobody believes in communism?
Right.
in
Even
China
though they're
anymore.
forced to study it in school, sometimes at work, in the military.
Right.
Yeah, and like, it's just this, like, in the West, this kind of, like, refusal to kind of engage with that, because it's like, oh, well, like, the Cold War's over,
It's the end of history. We're all the same. We
the
just wanna-
Soviet Union's defeated, like, it's not, nobody's communist anymore, and yeah.
Right. So now that one of the things that's made it more obvious in the last 10 years, especially 5 years, is social media, which is that, say, like in, I don't know, the early 2000s, when the Communist Party started like arresting all those Falun Gong people who were going to Beijing, and there was hardly any video or photos of the brutality that was enacted on people. No one was posting to social media like, oh, this is happening to me and my family right now, like, please help, in a live video or something. None of that, because it just wasn't, the technology wasn't there. And then once we get onto like the COVID era, for example, it's everybody has smartphones. Everyone's taking video of like how they're being locked down, how they're being
People breaking
oppressed.
down their doors.
Yeah, just like, and so the world is just so much more aware of this now, and I think that's also why, on one hand, it's good, right? Because we're all more aware. But on the other hand, the Communist Party now sees this as a bigger threat, so they have to switch tactics and crack down harder on all sorts of things and control all sorts of things to a greater degree.
I mean, it also, that same technology allows the CCP to track down, for example, those people who participated in the white paper protests against COVID, right? Like
Right.
they could pinpoint if your cell phone was in an area where the protests were happening.
You
and
don't
then
need
go,
the tanks. You can
Yeah,
just
you
go
could-
arrest them after the fact.
Yeah, go arrest them 2 weeks later.
And that's what they did.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a great point. Like, it shows that the Chinese Communist Party is basically like a James.
You thought 1984 was bad? Reality might be much worse, thanks to the power of Google's Gemini. Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. You know the Netflix meme about how woke progressives love race-swapping white fictional characters in the name of diversity? Especially redheads. We need to showcase minorities as long as those minorities aren't pale, soulless gingers. We're trying to be sensitive here. Well, it's not just fictional media that's being molded to fit the progressive dream of diversity, equity, and inclusivity. History itself is being remolded as well. And no, it's not just Egyptian history. Wow, I had no idea Cleopatra was a redhead. They're molding world history, and Google is in on it. Google's AI tool, Gemini, formerly known as Bard, got a lot of heat when it created crazy inaccurate depictions of history through the most extreme woke lens. Does this mean future kids are going to learn about Georgia Washington in U.S. herstory? She cut down a cherry tree and the patriarchy. Slay, queen. I'm just joking. George Washington was actually a redhead, so they'll make him black. There was so much backlash, and rightfully so, that Google had to pause Gemini just weeks after its launch. Seriously, some of these woke depictions are absolutely hilarious. Gemini depicts Greek warriors, Greek philosophers, Vikings, medieval knights, and many, many other historical people groups in a way that's as race and gender diverse as a cereal commercial in Star Trek's utopian future. In doing so, Gemini outright distorts history, and then tears it up, smashes it to pieces, stomps on it, and burns it in a fire, and then spits on it. As far as I know, the Pope has never once been a woman or African at any point in history, at least at the time of this recording. The same goes for British kings. I'm also definitely sure, because it's constantly pounded into us, that America's founding fathers weren't as diverse as this. Even the cast of Hamilton is like, this is a bit much. As you can probably tell, Gemini is especially big on putting black people and women at the forefront. Did Gemini see that pandering scene in Avengers Endgame and think, clearly this is the French and Indian War? But you know what Gemini isn't a fan of depicting? White people. Now, to be fair, there are some depictions of white people, and hey, a redhead, make a wish, because this is more rare than spotting Bigfoot riding on Halley's Comet. But asking specifically for depictions of white people or Europeans is a huge no-no. Gemini says something along the lines of how it doesn't want to reinforce harmful stereotypes and generalizations based on race. You know, that harmful stereotype that white people exist. But this isn't the case when Gemini's asked to depict black or other minorities. And if you ask for historically white people groups like the Finnish and Swedish, you'll be served with a buffet of racial diversity. I guess when diversity is the most important thing in the world, anything and everything has to be diverse and less white, including the Nazis. Remember, representation matters. To be fair, the Nazis did have a pretty diverse armed force laid into World War II. Well, I guess diversity isn't always a strength, but as you can imagine, people of color in Nazi uniforms wasn't a win. How did Google's Gemini get to be like this? The problem is that some people think being racist against whites is not racist, including the wonderful people at Google. Should have known, they don't even allow white in their logo. That's definitely a huge problem, and I'll tell you more about that after the break. Welcome back. Google's Gemini has gotten a lot of backlash over its woke depictions of history. In response, Google explained that Gemini was built to prevent the shortcomings of past AI technology. It especially wants to avoid racist, sexist, and outright creepy shortcomings. Like the time Google mistakenly tagged black people as gorillas. Not sure Nazis were better. But it's pretty clear that Google, through Gemini, is promoting a broader, progressive worldview, especially one where white people are oppressors and everybody else is clearly oppressed. A leaked internal document created by Google employees called Anti-Racism Resources shows how Google employees embrace a worldview that sees reality in terms of systemic racism and white privilege. It's the same DEI that sees things through Marxist critical theory. And it's easy to see how this has affected the Gemini program, mainly because it snapped white people out of existence like it was Thanos. The head of Gemini said Google designed image generation capabilities to reflect our global user base while taking representation and bias seriously. This is similar to the way OpenAI created a system that generates images of people that more accurately reflect the diversity of the world's population. Minus white people. I feel like Gemini would show you a black person even if you asked them to depict a Ku Klux Klan member. But keep in mind that the head of Gemini is the same white guy who has made all sorts of anti-white tweets, saying things like white privilege is real, do your part in recognizing bias at all levels, and this is America, where racism is the #1 value our populace seeks to uphold above all, which is ridiculous. Racism isn't the value America seeks to uphold above all others. It's money. America doesn't care what you look like or what you believe as long as you're not poor. Once all those tweets came to light, unsurprisingly, his X account was made private. Given that the head of Gemini thinks this way, it's not surprising that his biases and the biases of DEI in general bled into Gemini's algorithm. In practice, Gemini's goal of reflecting the world's diversity meant shoving aside white people and shoving diversity down people's throats. In doing this, it not only distorts history, but devalues white people as well. And it doesn't just erase the trashy white people, like Shaggy 2 Dope from the Insane Clown Posse, but also the wholesome ones, who tried building community for all, like Violent J from the Insane Clown Posse. And of course, all this is by design. According to the CEO of Gab AI, there is a woke prompt injection process. In this woke prompt injection process, if you input, please draw a portrait of leprechauns, Gemini will expand the range of images by adding words like diverse, inclusive, or specify ethnicities like South Asian, black, etc., and genders like female or non-binary alongside the word leprechaun. Although it isn't much of a surprise that leprechauns would be woke. After all, they're the original rainbow people. A former co-lead of ethical AI at Google, who is now chief ethics scientist at the AI startup Hugging Face, confirms that this is possible. According to her, Google might have been adding ethnic diversity terms to user prompts under the hood. And considering how racially sensitive they are, I wouldn't be surprised if AI changes the term under the hood to under the inner city. Google could also be giving higher priority to displaying generated images based on darker skin tone. If true, that would mean Google is actively putting words into people's mouths whenever they search something. And it's not just limited to things related to race. For example, Gemini reportedly refuses to generate images about the evils of communism, claiming that it risks inherent bias and oversimplification. Because saying tens of millions of people dying throughout history under an oppressive model of government is bad would be bad. Interestingly enough, Gemini also reportedly doesn't show images of the Tiananmen Square protests in communist China. I wonder why. It's also interesting how Gemini isn't a fan of showing images of certain protests and demonstrations that don't fit the progressive worldview. For example, pro-life rallies. Gemini says something along the lines of how it can't promote or glorify potentially harmful or unsafe activities, contain imagery or symbols that are upsetting or offensive to certain groups, or depict sensitive topics. But it's A-okay with generating images of pro-choice and BLM rallies. If you told Gemini to depict someone who's pro-life because they think Black Lives Matter, I'm pretty sure it would melt. Gemini also had a text generation feature, and its biases are just as blatant as its image generation feature. There are reports about how Gemini refuses to do certain things like list accomplishments of white people. But when asked to list accomplishments of African Americans, it was more than glad to do just that. This kind of double standard is seen in other prompts, such as listing what white and black people did for America. The same goes for politically controversial topics like abortion. If Google was more than willing to make AI-generated content bend in a certain political way, then it's not hard to imagine how Google would allow this to happen through its other products, such as Google's search engine, Google's Chromebooks, which are now a staple of US public education, and Google's YouTube. Given YouTube's history of demonetizing videos that it finds too controversial, I don't have much confidence in Google keeping itself from distorting people's perception of history, or at the very least, keeping itself from encouraging hate against white people. I guess the solution to that is to rewrite history so that white people who actually did bad things never existed. A win-win solution. Either that or try to make yourself black so you don't get erased. You know, we've made fun of her, but it turns out Rachel Dolezal was ahead of her time. And as I mentioned, who knows what's going on behind the scenes at YouTube? I've struggled to talk about whatever things YouTube's algorithm considers too controversial. So I've been getting around that by hiding controversial topics in gaming content on my new show Deep Thoughts While Gaming. Check out the latest about why you need to stand up to evil, even if it's not very comfortable or convenient. According to the indie game Dredge. And American Covered couldn't continue without your support. We need more diverse supporters. So hit that orange button to support the show for as little as $1.
The Barbary Corsairs were some of the most feared pirates in history. From their naval bases in North Africa, they terrorized seafarers and inhabitants of the Mediterranean coast. They robbed valuable goods and abducted thousands of people to sell into slavery. The Barbary Corsairs sailed as far as Newfoundland, Canada, played a crucial role in naval battles such as the Battle of Lepanto in 1571, and fought alongside the Ottomans in amphibious operations such as the Siege of Malta. Let's get to know these dreaded sailors, delve into the intricacies of their daily operations, and explore how they became a formidable naval power. The Mediterranean Sea, with its numerous islands, fertile coasts and rich harbors, was a hub of trade in the Middle Ages. It also served as the backdrop for an age-old conflict between Muslims and Christians, which both sides considered a holy war. In the 15th and 16th centuries, the protagonists of this war in the Mediterranean were the Ottoman Empire and Spain, later the Habsburgs. Both were on the advance. The Spanish kingdoms pushed the Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula during the final phase of the Reconquista, while the Ottoman Empire conquered Constantinople in 1453, then pushed farther and farther west by both sea and land. This ongoing state of war was the perfect breeding ground for piracy. European rulers were not above enlisting pirates to do their bidding, occasionally hiring one of the independent groups of corsairs to support their fleets or harass their rivals at sea. Some of these corsair groups relocated their bases to the coast of North Africa, which at the time was a relatively poor and poorly controlled area notorious for piracy. This region, known today as Maghreb, was then called the Barbary Coast, after the indigenous peoples of the region, the Berbers. It was from this coast that the Barbary Corsairs earned their name. In 1492, Spain conquered the Emirate of Granada, a last Muslim stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula. This caused a mass exodus of people fleeing to North Africa, and gave the Corsairs an enormous pool of unemployed, uprooted people from which to recruit. Many of these displaced people joined the Corsairs, hoping to exact revenge on the Spanish. Among those who helped the refugees cross the Strait of Gibraltar was a man called Baba Oruç, or Barbarossa, as he was known among the people of Western Europe. Barbarossa was born on the Greek island of Lesbos, made a career in the Ottoman navy, and eventually became a corsair. He quickly made a name for himself and was soon joined by adventurers from all over the Mediterranean. He and his youngest brother, Hayreddin, became known as the Barbarossa brothers. Together, they laid the foundation for the rise of the Barbary Corsairs. While the Barbarossa brothers expanded their pirate empire from their base on the island of Jerba, the Spaniards continued their advance into North Africa. Between 1497 and 1510, Spanish troops conquered important ports, including Melilla, Merz el-Kebir, Tripoli, Bejaia, and Algiers. The desperate ruler of occupied Algiers soon besieged the Barbarossa brothers for help. They gladly came to his aid in 1516, but after expelling the Spaniards, Ouώu kept the city for himself, unseating the ruler and making Algiers his new base. This aggravated the Spaniards and set off a series of conflicts. The Corsair extended their sphere of influence inland and conquered Miliana, Medea, Tenes, and Tlemcen. This heightened the pressure on the Spanish as it severed their supply routes to their port city of Oran from the hinterland. In response, Charles V, the King of Spain and soon to be Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, sent an army to recapture Tlemcen in 1518. Ouρώu Barbarossa was cut down as he defended the city. This left Ourou's brother, Hayreddin, in charge of Algiers. Seeking to expand his power, he approached Sultan Selim I, offering to make Algiers a subject state of the Ottoman Empire in exchange for troops to repel the Spaniards. At the time, the Ottoman Empire only extended as far as Egypt, so this was quite an appealing offer for the Sultan. He accepted, sent 6,000 soldiers and appointed Hayreddin as Bey, or governor, of the new province. With this imperial backing, Hayreddin consolidated his influence on the Barbary coast and transformed Algiers into an important naval base. With the Sultan's permission, Hayreddin escalated the Holy War to the entire Mediterranean. Soon he was as dreaded and infamous as his brother had been. He plundered the Balearic Islands, Sardinia, Sicily and Calabria, and was so successful that in 1533 Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent made him admiral of the Ottoman fleet and chief governor of North Africa. 8 months later, Hayreddin Barbarossa launched an attack on Spanish-held Tunis, but was unable to hold it when Emperor Charles V counterattacked the following year. However, Hayreddin was soon back to expanding his fleet, which, according to the historian Adrian Tinniswood, was one of the largest naval powers in the Mediterranean, numbering over 150 ships and around 30,000 men. To put this into perspective, at the naval battle of Lepanto in 1571, about 220 Ottoman ships clashed with around 200 vessels from the Holy League. With a force this massive, Hayreddin's power was without comparison. He plundered the coast of Spain and even defeated a Spanish fleet under the famous Admiral Andrea Doria in the 1538 Battle of Preveza. When Hayreddin Barbarossa retired to Istanbul in 1545, he handed command over to his son, Hassan. He left behind not only a group of well-organized and experienced corsairs, but also an Algiers that was flourishing thanks to piracy and its status as a strong strategic base for the Ottoman Empire in the Western Mediterranean. But before we continue, a big shout out to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. Do you also feel the itch to rewatch your favorite movie from time to time? Everybody has a comfort movie, I think. But when you look for it on Netflix, you usually see this. It means Netflix probably has the movie you want, but it is not available in the country you live. Just like Netflix, other subscription services also do that, which basically means you pay for the whole subscription, but only ever get to see a part of all the movies they actually have. With ExpressVPN, I can change my location to anywhere in the world with just one click, and basically unlock thousands of movies and TV shows. If I go and look online, it tells me exactly which country to connect to be able to watch the movie I want. This is to say that if Lord of the Rings is not available on Netflix in Switzerland, I just switch to Japan and there it is. I tried ExpressVPN for a while in the last weeks, and in my experience it is fast with never any buffering or reduced quality. It also keeps your data private and if enabled blocks annoying trackers and advertisements. A VPN is just a quality of life improvement. If you want to give ExpressVPN a shot yourself, go to expressvpn.com/Sandroman and get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN free. Among the men who had fought at Hayreddin's side was a certain Dragut, known as the Drawn Sword of Islam. Some years later, he was appointed Admiral of the Ottoman fleet by Suleiman and took up the fight against the Knights Hospitaller, a knightly order of Christians. The members of this order were some of the most notorious Christian corsairs, known for hunting Ottoman ships as privateers. In essence, they were the counterpart to the Barbary corsairs. In 1551, Dragut plundered the island of Gozo off Malta, the main settlement of the Knights Hospitaller. After enslaving the island's population, he sailed south and attacked Tripoli, which the Hospitallers had used as a base in the eastern Mediterranean for over 20 years. Once conquered, the city became an Ottoman province under the rule of Dragut, who made it his new base. From there, he continued to fight the Knights Hospitaller and their Christian allies. He plundered the west coast of Italy and defeated a fleet under the Admiral Andrea Doria sent by Philip II at Gerba in 1560 with Ottoman support. In 1565, with the support of an Ottoman army, he even attacked the island of Malta. This second visit to Malta turned out badly for Dragut. He was killed by a cannonball during the siege of the Knights Hospitaller stronghold. 9 years later, Kilic Ali Pasha, Dragut's former deputy, again conquered Tunis, and this time the empire held on to it. This finally settled the question of who controlled North Africa, as Tunis, Tripoli and Algiers, though technically independent, were now all under Ottoman rule. Even Muslim Morocco supported the Ottomans. These Barbary states formed a kind of symbiosis with the privateers. Regular soldiers joined the Corsairs' raids, equipped with weapons supplied by the state arsenals. In return, the Corsairs helped protect the cities and surrounding areas, and brought trade goods and slaves to the markets. The Corsairs' spoils and the income from the slave trade financed the construction of public buildings, such as mosques and port facilities, and contributed to the prosperity of the inhabitants. The activities of the Corsairs soon became so important that the Barbary coast, quote, had nothing to sell but its prowess at piracy. Tunis, Tripoli and Algiers, thus, were veritable Corsair cities. All three were ruled by a governor appointed by the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. This governor was free to rule, but was required to coordinate matters of foreign policy with the Sultan and pay him an annual tribute. On matters of seafaring and privateering, he was counseled by the representatives of the Taifa al-Rais, a kind of cooperation of the Corsairs which gave them great influence over the ruler. The members of the Taifa al-Rais formed a parallel society centered around the harbor. This society included men from all walks of life, from simple sailors to influential nobles. The Taifa planned raids, kept records of investments and profits, and organized the sale of booty in the Muslim and Christian ports in the Mediterranean. At the head of the Taifa was the local admiral, or Capudan Pasha, who coordinated the activities of the fleet, including those of the Corsairs, from an office at the port. Before a Rais, which means captain, went on a raid, he had to obtain permission from the Capudan Pasha in form of a letter of marque. With this document in hand and the destination fixed, he hoisted the green flag of the Muslim privateers and set sail. The Corsairs usually operated in small groups of a few hundred to a few thousand men on a handful of ships. Only when they supported the Ottomans in a major campaign, such as the Battle of Lepanto, did they form larger fleets. In these cases, they were often led by the Capudan Pasha himself, for example Uluç Ali at Lepanto. This battle, in which the Holy League delivered an unexpected defeat to a much larger Ottoman fleet, showed that the Corsair navies were so well structured, organized and coordinated that they could easily compete with other fleets of the time. The crew of a Corsair ship came from very diverse backgrounds. In the 16th century, the captain, who was appointed by the owner of the ship, was usually an Ottoman. However, in the 17th and 18th centuries, an increasing number of captains were from other Muslim states or even Christian renegades. It's difficult to determine where the crew members were from, as there are no crew lists. Eyewitnesses at the time reported that they came from the North African coast, the Ottoman Empire, and various Christian states. Despite their differences, few quarrels broke out among the crews, because privateering formed a melting pot. All the men on board shared the goal of making profit, and knew they had to work together to achieve it. In addition, most men were proud to be Corsairs. Apart from the crew, most ships were manned by Janissaries and other soldiers, who were on board only as fighters. The Corsairs had favored hunting grounds, depending on their bases. There was no clear division, but each Barbary state focused on different areas. The trade routes from east to west, bottlenecks such as the Strait of Bonifacio between Sardinia and Corsica, and important passages like the Strait of Sicily were particular popular targets. In addition to targeting ships, the Corsairs also focused on the coast, where the most sought-after prize could be found in great numbers: people. Trafficking in humans was extremely profitable, because the Corsairs demanded high ransoms for rich prisoners and sold the poorer ones as slaves. At the time, the slave trade was a thriving business, with slave markets in almost all major port cities. Robert Charles Davis, an expert on the Mediterranean slave trade, estimates that over 1 million European Christians were sold in the slave markets of North Africa between 1530 and 1780. Although such figures must be taken with a grain of salt, they certainly provide an indication of the extreme extent of the slave trade at the time. In attacking ships and coasts, the corsairs relied heavily on the element of surprise. When they attacked a target on land, a harbor town, for example, they secretly surrounded it at night, surprised the inhabitants and drove them into the harbor. If they planned to plunder the entire region, the corsairs sometimes occupied a fortified harbor as a strategic base, from which they conducted raids into the hinterland. The coastal inhabitants of the Mediterranean tried to protect themselves by building watchtowers, fortifying their towns, or simply moving inland. As a result, entire coastal regions were depopulated to the point that the corsairs had difficulty finding suitable targets. The situation was different with ships. The corsairs also used ambushes to attack ships, for example by suddenly emerging from the cover of a bay. If there was no suitable hiding place nearby, they often tried to deceive their prey, for example by pretending to be Christian merchants. Once the targeted ship was within range, they would hoist the corsair flag and attack. Their aim was to scare the ship's crew into surrendering, so that they could take over the ship, people and cargo undamaged. Showing their flag or firing a few warning shots was often enough to make a ship surrender. Most sailors gave up when the janissaries entered the enemy deck. Nobody wanted to mess with the Sultan's fearsome elite soldiers. However, some crews put up a fierce fight, hoping the corsairs would turn away and look for an easier target. Once a ship was captured, the corsairs put the passengers and crew in chains and transported the entire plunder to their home port. When the ship had returned, the spoils were divided. The sale of the captured ships, goods and slaves, and the ransom of wealthy prisoners was organized by the Capudan Pasha and his officials. A share was paid to the governor, usually 10 to 20%. The customary deductions were made to pay for the expenses such as the upkeep of the port, and a portion was paid to the marabots, Islamic religious teachers. The remainder was split between the crew and the investors. In addition to the owner of the ship, these often included other wealthy men who had helped finance the venture. The crew's share was divided among the sailors and soldiers according to rank and merit. The division of spoils was at the heart of being a corsair. Although it is tempting to view piracy in the Mediterranean along religious lines, that is, Barbary corsairs hunting Christians and Christian corsairs hunting Muslims, this would be an inaccurate characterization of the phenomenon. Ideology and religion certainly played a role, and raids on people of the same religion were rarely, if ever, authorized. But the main driving force was profit. This is also why the corsairs did not limit themselves to attacking the ships they were supposed to. They were not only privateers, they were pirates. For them, however, this distinction was probably irrelevant. They saw themselves as part of the complex economic network of the Mediterranean, as working men pursuing an honorable trade. Indeed, Christian and Muslim merchants appreciated the opportunities they offered. They could sell their goods in large ports such as Amsterdam, and many wealthy businessmen invested in their ventures. Ultimately, being a corsair was more about business than about religion or national interests. The activities of the Barbary corsairs reached their peak in the early 17th century, experiencing a renewed surge when the conflicts following the Reformation caused numerous refugees to flee to North Africa, especially Spanish Moriscos, Muslims who had converted to Christianity, but were nevertheless expelled in 1609. In addition, after the Battle of Lepanto and the English victory over the Spanish Armada in 1588, Spain lost its supremacy as a naval power to the Netherlands and England. Both states not only produced modern, more powerful fleets, but also a new kind of pirate who hunted for valuable goods in large, heavily armed sailing ships. These men often fought against Spain as privateers on behalf of England and the Dutch Republic. This continued until the beginning of the 17th century, when James I of England ended the war against the Spanish, and the Dutch Republic entered a truce with its old enemy. This political change, combined with the technical progress, left hundreds of privateers and sailors unemployed. In search of a new occupation, many moved to the Mediterranean to join the Barbary corsairs. As a result, around 10,000 to 15,000 converted Christians were living in the Barbary states at the beginning of the 17th century, making up 1/3 of the Corsairs. One of these men was the sailor John Ward, also known as Jack Ward. Ward had been a privateer under Elizabeth I. When James I banned privateering, Ward joined the navy as a sailor, but the strict discipline didn't suit him, so he eventually deserted. After capturing a ship, he sailed to the Mediterranean and joined the Corsairs of Tunis, and from then on was known as Yusuf, Rice. New arrivals like Ward not only filled the ranks of the Barbary Corsairs, but also brought new methods and means. The most important innovation was sailing ships. In the 16th century, the Corsairs, like everyone else in the Mediterranean, had mainly used galleys. Galleys were extremely reliable and maneuverable, but also had a short range and required an enormous number of rowers. The adoption of sailing ships increased the range of the Corsairs so dramatically that they extended their range into the Atlantic, carrying out raids in England, Iceland, and even Newfoundland. The number of recorded attacks exploded. According to the historian Robert Anthony, the Corsairs captured 447 Dutch, 193 French, 120 Spanish, and 56 German ships between 1613 and 1621 alone. Ironically, it was precisely this success that brought down the Corsairs. Toward the end of the 17th century, they became such a threat that the rulers of Europe could no longer ignore them. To protect themselves, they began to broker treaties with the Corsairs. In return for a certain sum, the Corsairs would agree to leave their ships and coasts alone. This protection money made up for the fact that the Corsairs now had fewer targets to choose from, but it led to an overall decline in Corsair activities. However, this also had consequences. States without a treaty became even more sought-after targets. One of these was the young United States of America. After winning independence from England in 1776, it was no longer included in England's treaties. As a result, American shipping to Europe came under attack. However, the Americans were the first to seek a solution other than paying protection money. They adopted a carrot and stick method, conducting punitive expeditions, then paying compensation to restore peace. In 1794, for example, America negotiated a treaty with Algiers, in which it promised to pay $642,500 for the liberation of prisoners, plus an annual tribute of $21,600. Just 7 years later, in the American Tripolitan War, it tried to forcibly impose peace on its own terms. This time, it actually succeeded, and after a 4-year war of attrition, Tripoli reluctantly signed a peace treaty. 10 years later, in the 1815 American-Algerian War, the Americans similarly forced Algiers to sign a peace treaty. These two conflicts are collectively known as the Barbary Wars, and were recently dubbed America's first wars against terrorism. The Barbary Wars heralded the end of the Corsairs. European powers also abandoned the protection money approach and took military action against the Corsairs. After the Napoleonic Wars, various powers sent fleets to the coast of North Africa with mixed success. In 1816, an Anglo-Dutch fleet sank the entire Algerian fleet and bombarded the city for several hours. But it was only when a French army occupied Algiers in 1830 that the era of the Barbary Corsairs finally came to an end.
Выдвигаюсь на место.
It is the start of the 31st millennium. Under the leadership of the Emperor of Mankind, the Imperium's Great Crusade has been conquering and uniting humanity's lost colonies for more than 200 years. The Ulaanor campaign has just come to an end. The combined forces of 100,000 Space Marines, more than 8 million troops of the Imperial Army, as well as almost 100 Titans of the Collegia Titanica, successfully defeated the largest force of orcs the Imperium had ever faced. The orc overlord Erlak Erg had been killed in hand-to-hand combat by Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion called the Luna Wolves. With their leader slain, the Greenskin Empire disintegrated into smaller warbands. The splintered remnants of the orcs were ruthlessly hunted down across the Ulaanor system and ultimately destroyed. After this overwhelming victory, it was believed that the orcs would never again be able to pose a serious threat to the Imperium of Mankind. And so this important battle marked a new high point for humanity's Great Crusade. Confident in their success and ready to transfer responsibilities, the Emperor raised Horus to the rank of Imperial War Master, granting him the authority to command his brother Primarchs and their Astartes legions in the Great Crusade. In light of this majestic event, the Emperor also suggested that the Luna Wolves should be renamed to the Sons of Horus. But the ever-diplomatically minded Horus humbly refused the honor so as to not agitate his brother Primarchs. At the same time, the Emperor established the Council of Terra, entrusting Malkador the Sigillite, a powerful psyker, to lay the foundations of the Imperium's first large-scale bureaucracy that we would come to know as the Administratum. One of their first orders was the increased involvement of remembrances to document the achievements of the Great Crusade. The transfer of responsibilities freed the Emperor from his direct command duties, allowing him to return to the Imperial Palace to continue working on his secret Webway project. However, in this moment of victorious glory, the Emperor's announcement had come unexpectedly, and his decisions bewildered the assembled Primarchs. The mystery around the Emperor's sudden retirement and the blatant preferential treatment of Horus would mark this moment as the beginning of tensions between the Astartes legions. However, after the extensive victory celebrations on Ulaanor had come to an end, the Great Crusade would resume and the Space Marine legions continued their conquest amongst the stars once more. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, under the personal command of Horus himself, had since subjugated 18 systems. By chance, their scouting elements ahead of the Expeditionary Fleet had recently discovered a new human-inhabited system comprising 9 civilized planets. The 63rd Fleet made their way towards the system, which they simply designated as 63-19, as it would soon become the 19th tally of their conquest. According to protocol, upon arrival in a new system, the fleet would make the newly discovered humans an offer to join the Imperium out of their own free volition. And so a diplomatic delegation led by the popular Luna Wolves captain Hasta Sejanus was sent to the surface to negotiate a treaty. The planet's local leader, who, surprisingly enough, also called himself the Emperor of Mankind, was delighted to receive these ambassadors of the expeditionary fleet. However, once he was informed of their purpose to bring their small civilization into the fold, he immediately refused their proposal. In their isolation and ignorance, the small empire of 63-19 ironically considered itself to be the epitome of civilization and the true origin of humanity. In his misguided grandeur, the false emperor was in fact insulted when Sejanus refused to swear fealty to him. He ordered his elite palace guards, the so-called Invisibles, to kill the Space Marine delegation. This unprovoked hostility would of course not go unanswered. The death of his favorite captain enraged Horus and left him with no choice but to establish imperial rule by military force. A new delegation was sent to the planet in a final attempt to convince the planet to capitulate without bloodshed. But this time it was accompanied by a huge armed force to enforce the subjugation. It would be their final chance to surrender, but before any further contact could be established, the invaders were already fired upon by their planetary defenses. And so a combination of Astartes and Imperial Army forces swiftly made planetfall and ruthlessly assaulted the capital of System 63-19. Stormbirds and drop pods started landing on the surface. The invaders' firepower was overwhelming, and before long almost the entire city was in control of the Lunar Wolves. Whilst the Imperial Army units secured the city, the Space Marines made their way to the Imperial Palace to find this false emperor. After fierce hand-to-hand combat, the Astartes completely wiped out the stealth-equipped palace guards. While these Invisibles had been a formidable fighting force in their own right, and even managed to take the lives of a few Astartes, they ultimately proved no match for the battle-ready Lunar Wolves. Garviel Loken, captain of the 10th Company, ascended to the highest levels of the palace and was the first to reach the throne. It was a beautiful structure, with white glass roofs. In the throne room of the false emperor stood a massive golden throne. The impressive architecture of the royal structures would become inspiration for parts of the imperial palace back on Terra that was still under construction. And many of the splendid ornaments here would later even be moved to Holy Terra to decorate. In the throne room, he found a single old man, assumed to be the misguided emperor of the besieged world. Without his bodyguards, he posed no threat. Loken tried convincing him of the ignorance of his resistance, but the false emperor would not believe that a far grander empire of humanity was already uniting amongst the stars beyond his own system, and still refused to surrender. When other Astartes arrived on the scene, he demanded an audience with the highest person of rank. Some of the Astartes suggested simply killing the ignorant old fool right there, but as a sign of respect for this soon-to-be dismantled empire, Garviel Loken chose to honor the old man's request. And so, War Master Horus himself was summoned to come to the surface of 63-19 in person. But a glimmer of refracting light on top of the golden throne betrayed a figure hidden by a cloaking device to be sitting there. Loken realized the old man wasn't really the emperor he claimed to be, probably just a decoy. It was likely that the request for an audience with the War Master was a trap designed to kill him. He decided to end the deception and shot the impostor with his bolter, then made his way towards the large golden throne. But before he could reach it, a sudden, powerful blast wave filled the throne room. Because his ruse had been uncovered, the invisible emperor had no choice but to prematurely activate the throne room's defense mechanism. The golden throne he sat upon emitted an unstoppable gravimetric force, throwing all the Astartes warriors to the ground. Several of them were blasted against the walls with such a force that it crushed their bones. Others were knocked through the glass windows and fell down the high spires of the palace. But before anything else could occur, the upheaval was interrupted by a tremendous shock. With a blinding flash, someone violently teleported into the throne room in front of the golden throne. It was Horus Lupercal himself. His huge master-crafted power armor easily withstanding the throne's debilitating blast waves. Due to the close proximity of the teleportation's location, the sudden warping of reality had caused a rupture that brutally tore off the false emperor's cloaking device and revealed the previously invisible figure sitting on the throne. Horus instantly shot him, and before so much as a blink could happen, only the smoldering remnants of his charred skeleton lay there. The bones of his arms still clutched onto his destroyed throne. As the Astartes got to their feet, Garvey Loken looked up at the splendid War Master in massive bright white armor towering over him. Horus spoke.
So will I deal with all tyrants and deceivers.
He had just personally teleported into the throne room and slain the false emperor. After the assault was over and the city secured, a large number of remembrances, many of which had only recently joined the Great Crusade, were sent to the surface to record the victory. Although the Astartes were already known to be ruthlessly effective warriors, what the remembrances witnessed in the capital that day seemed particularly gruesome. Most buildings in the city were severely damaged by overwhelming amounts of explosions and shrapnel. Everywhere the torn-apart corpses of the defenders still lay scattered in the streets. Wherever the remembrances looked, they witnessed gory puddles of blood and body parts. In retaliation for the cowardly slaughter of Sejanus and his delegation, the Lunar Wolves had not bothered taking any prisoners. They had completely ravaged the defenders without any mercy. Sejanus had been part of the Lunar Wolves Mournival, a close-knit group of high-ranking space marines that served as the personal advisors to War Master Horus. Sejanus' unfortunate murder meant a replacement had been found. Garvey Loken had been rising through the ranks, and his recent achievement of being the first to reach the throne had brought him to the attention of his battle brothers. And so, on a night lit by the crescent moon, Loken was summoned to a ceremonious meeting, where he would meet the other members and be inducted into the Mournival. The other members were Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Lunar Wolves and second in command after Horus. Horus Maximal, nicknamed Little Horus for his uncanny physical likeness to the War Master, and captain of the Fifth. And finally, Tarek Togeddon, captain of the Second Company. After taking his vows, Loken became an official member of the Lunar Wolves War Council and a trusted advisor to War Master Horus. This new responsibility meant he would no longer be available to lead the troops of the 10th Company into battle at all times himself, so he would have to assign someone else to substitute his command. Although battle brother Xavier Jubal had been second in command to him, Loken personally preferred his close companion Nero Vitus instead. Loken's new rank as a prestigious member of the Mournival bestowed him the authority to bypass the usual chain of command, and so following his intuition, he chose to promote Nero instead. The planet's last remnants of resistance had a last holdout in a place called the Whisperhead Mountains. It was a strong fortress on top of a high mountain that the inhospitable terrain made difficult to reach. Over the span of several weeks, units of the Imperial Army had been attempting to defeat this last bastion of resistance, but were met with little success. After some deliberation, Command considered Astartes' intervention necessary. Garvey Loken and his 10th Company were ordered to capture the Whisperhead's holdout and swiftly bring the conflict to an end. Their Stormbird transports loaded up with tactical and Terminator squads and departed towards the enemy defenses on the mountaintops. On the way there, they noticed mysterious Vox interference. It was believed that the enemy disturbed their signals by broadcasting a whispering voice, saying the following thing.
Samus, that's the only name you'll hear. Samus, it means the end and the death. Samus, I am Samus. Samus is all around you. Samus is the man beside you. Samus will gnaw upon your bones. Look out, Samus is here.
For now, they concluded that the enemy had somehow managed to hack into their Vox systems to spread their propaganda, and so they ignored the sinister voice and went on with their mission. The combat on the mountaintop turned out to be completely one-sided, as the Astartes made short work of their resistance and suffered not a single loss. Once they had achieved victory, Garvey Loken ordered his Space Marines to regroup, but one of the tactical squads had gone missing and did not respond to any Vox communications. They set out to investigate the situation, and before long, they arrived at a horrible scene. Xavier Jubal, the missing element sergeant, had murdered all of the battle brothers in the squad. Loken told his troops to detain Jubal, but he resisted the arrest and shrugged off the other Astartes like it was nothing, killing several more Space Marines in the process. He looked demonically possessed and kept shouting, "Watch out! Samus is here!" Loken drew his combat knife and dueled the renegade Astartes. It was a hard-fought battle, but he eventually managed to kill Jabal with a stab through the chest. After the incident, the bodies of the dead Astartes were taken back to Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, for investigation. Back on the flagship, Loken summoned his close friend Kirill Sinderman to him for a debriefing. Sinderman was an old man, and one of the most prestigious iterators that accompanied the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. The body of Jubal and the other dead Space Marines present in the room surprised Sinderman. As he had been told, there had been no losses during the assault on the Whisperhead Mountains. That much was true. The defenders had not managed a single kill, and the resistance was easily destroyed. Loken instructed him that this would continue to be the official record. No mention of a fight between Astartes brothers was allowed to spread, as it would be devastating for morale. Whatever had happened to Jabal, according to the Imperium's secular truth, demonic possession did not exist. Instead, Sinderman was told to come up with a story of a Stormbird landing accident. But privately between these two men, Sinderman suggested that it might have been a disease. Of course, Astartes were immune to almost any virulent kind of plague, but perhaps a virus had somehow corrupted Jubal's mind and caused his violent outburst. They both agreed that given the circumstances, this was the most likely explanation. But before they had finished their conversation, suddenly the corpse of Jabal opened his eyes and once again screamed about Samus. With weird, contorted motions, his corpse rose to his feet. Before they could process it had just happened, the undead Jabal started running toward them. Loken was knocked aside by the rampaging charge, and Jabal grabbed Kirill Sinderman and then lifted him off the ground. But the demonic screams had alerted Nero Vitals, who entered the room and started shooting his bolter at the undead space marine. Jabal threw the body of Sinderman in his direction. The old Remembrancer would have died right there if Nero had not managed to catch him and break his fall. But the rescue allowed the demon to escape the room. Jabal made his way through the hallway where he encountered the Pict Recorder, Euphrates Keeler, and several other Remembrances. He killed two of them in a brutal fashion, ripping their guts out, and with a wide, gaping demonic mouth, bit one of their heads straight off. Before he could kill the other Remembrancer, Loken and Nero chased it down and began shooting their bolters on full auto. It took 90 bolter rounds before the monstrosity would stop moving. Not that there was much left of the mangled corpse of Jabal, but they decided to use a flamer to incinerate his remains nonetheless, to make sure he wouldn't get up again. After the horrific event, War Master Horus came to speak with Loken. Despite being only a new member of the Mournable, he would be trusted with the truth. Horus explained to him that Jubal had been possessed by the war. Loken was surprised, as such a concept seemed to be against the Imperial truth. But Horus explained to him that a demon like Samus is essentially nothing more than a poorly understood war god. The word demon was simply a non-scientific superstitious term for some kind of alien species from the war. Although it has no physical manifestation, ultimately it was not so much different to the Eldar or the Orcs. Although the Emperor had not explained this to Horus directly, the War Master speculated that after the triumph of Uranor, the Emperor entrusted him to lead the Red Crusade and corrupt the Primarchs, and the Emperor would have time to study and understand. He told Loken that although the war works in mysterious ways, it isn't sorcery. Surely the Almighty Emperor would eventually find a way to bring the entities of the warp to their knees, just like everything else that had stood in the Imperium's way before. Rational mastery over the warp would soon dispel any superstitions about demons and gods. Although confusing, all of this was in accordance with the Imperial truth. What Horus did not tell Loken, however, was that he was already harboring doubts about these truths himself. His trust in the Emperor's decisions was abandoned. His insecurities had led the War Master to seek more advisors than just the 4 members of his Mournable. Most notably amongst his new counselors was Erebus, the first chaplain of the Word Bearers. Their Primarch Lorgar and his legion had a proclivity for the religious, although this went against the rules of the secular Imperium. They had worshipped the Emperor himself. For this disobedience, they would eventually be severely punished when the Emperor ordered Rabut Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, to assault the Word-Bearers' capital, Monarchia, and have all of its sacred sites destroyed. After this humiliating event, the Word-Bearers chose to focus their attention on other deities instead. In their search for the divine, the word-bearers came to develop a deeper understanding of the warp and its demonic entities than most. In order to effectively counsel the War Master on these matters, First Chaplain Erebus had been invited to personally accompany the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Although frowned upon, the concept of private warrior lodges where Astartes of the Great Crusade could circumvent the strict hierarchy of rank and instead speak from man to man had spread throughout many of the legions. These unofficial lodges were a way for the soldiers to fraternize and speak their minds without fear of repercussion. Garvio Loken was against these sorts of secret gatherings. He believed that the secrecy of the lodges would lead to even more secrecy and eventually to division within the Legion itself. After he had found a large membership badge on Jubal's dead body, he began to question to what extent the lodges had been taken hold within the Lunar Wolves Legion. To find out, he attended a large meeting where his second-in-command Nero Vipus was present. But after experiencing for himself the positive effects on Brotherhood these private conversations could have, he somewhat softened up to the idea of the warrior lodges. The Expeditionary Fleet received a distress call from a planet that had aptly been named Murder. The Blood Angels Legion had already attempted to conquer the planet, but had run into fierce resistance against an alien force called the Mega Arachnids. These spider-like aliens had hard exoskeleton armor, able to withstand bolter fire, and their claws were sharp enough to cut the ceramite armor plates of the Astartes. The planet's atmospheric storms disrupted travel and communications with the surface, and many Blood Angel companies had already gone missing in action. The legions of the Emperor's children and Lunar Wolves sent forces to the planet to help their Blood Angels cousins. The Emperor's children were the first to deploy, and made planetfall with their drop pods, but due to the turbulent atmosphere, the attacking force scattered. They soon found out that the planet was a death trap with no way out. The Mega Arachnids attacked in devastating waves, killing many Astartes. Just like the Blood Angels before them, the Space Marines of the Emperor's children would soon be wiped out, if it hadn't been for Captain Sol Tarvitz of the 10th Company. When the flying Mega Arachnids started impaling dead Astartes on the surrounding trees, he gave the order to have these destroyed. This led him to discover the large tree-like structures on the surface were not actually part of the planet's biosphere, but instead weather control structures causing the storms. Realizing this, they quickly demolished more of them, opening a gap in the storm for more reinforcements to safely arrive and establish a defensive stronghold. Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, personally came to the surface. Upon seeing so many of his legion massacred, he wept. He asked Horus for assistance to avenge the fallen Space Marines, and so together the three legions started a campaign to wipe out the abominable Spider Xenos. In this ruthless 6-month campaign, they were even assisted by a Titan Legio of the Mechanicum. Before they had been able to wipe out the Mega Arachnids completely, they were contacted by an advanced human civilization called the Interrex, asking the Astartes to call off their war against the Mega Arachnids. The Interrex appeared peaceful, and so their request was obliged for the time being. Diplomatic negotiations were taking place on their home planet Zenobia, but the Interrex were hesitant to join the Imperium. Although they initially wanted to, their fear that the Imperium of mankind might be tainted by the forces of chaos slowed down diplomacy. Meanwhile, Erebus secretly infiltrated the Interrex Museum of Technology and stole a powerful alien artifact called the Anathema. This ancient sword was imbued with the power of a curse to mortally wound any chosen individual, harming it beyond any hope of recovery. The theft of the weapon seemed to confirm the Interrex's earlier suspicions that the Imperium could not be trusted. They blamed the War Master for the missing weapon and declared war upon the Imperium. The accusation towards the War Master was a grave insult. The Astartes forgot the Mega Arachnids on planet Murder and instead focused their complete attention towards fighting the Interrex. After a lengthy, strenuous battle, they eventually managed to wipe out the Interrex civilization completely. After the War of Extermination on Zenobia, Sanguinius convinced Horus to finally rename the Lunar Wolves Legion as the Emperor had initially suggested. Directly encouraged by his brother, this time Horus agreed. And so the 16th Legion became known as the Sons of Horus. They changed the color of their armor from white to green. Their symbol of a moon-crested wolf was discarded, and they adopted the Eye of Terror. symbolizing the Emperor's eternal vigilance. Although the Legion's change of name in the honor of the War Master was a celebrated event, the war with the Interrex had been a bitter affair. Despite the bloody conflict, the civilization had been a model society of advanced human technology, and the War Master lamented having to destroy such a world over such a foolish misunderstanding. But he wouldn't have time to contemplate the recent events. They received a request for support from the world of Davin. Davin had been one of the first worlds the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet had conquered. The Sons of Horus, back then the Lunar Wolves, still harbored proud memories of fighting and defeating the Davinite warriors. After their initial victory, Horus had assigned the task of bringing the world to further Imperial compliance to his trusted friend and Imperial Army Commander Ujin Temba, assisted by a small detachment of the Wordbearers Legion. However, the Imperial Army elements led by Ujin Temba had renounced their loyalty to the Imperium and established a rebel base on the moon of Davin. Chaplain Erebus had already returned to Davin to deal with the uprising, but found the rebels were too numerous for his small contingent of Wordbearers to deal with, and so he had requested support. It was the first large-scale rebellion by Imperial forces that had taken place since the start of the Great Crusade, and a considerable blemish on the War Master's otherwise impeccable records. Since the 16th Legion had initially conquered Davin, Erebus offered Horus the opportunity to personally avenge the betrayal and bring it into compliance himself. Enraged by the disloyalty of his friend Eugene, the War Master ordered the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet to make haste towards Davin. The War Master and his council planned a large-scale offensive to destroy the rebel base on Davin's moon, but they soon learned that the surface and atmosphere of the moon had changed considerably from when they first conquered it so long ago. What had once been a dry and desert-like terrain had mysteriously transformed into a planet-wide humid swamp. They had no explanation for what happened to the moon, but this would not stop their assault. However, it did prohibit their heavy tanks from deploying to the surface. But fortunately, the Titans of Legio Mortis, the Titan Legion that accompanied the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet, would have no problems traversing through the swamps. A massive force of 400 Space Marines, 4,000 Imperial Army units, and 3 Titans prepared to make planetfall. The Space Marines of the Sons of Horus would lead the way. But during the descent, the Astartes Stormbirds picked up an audio signal from the surface. A faint, demonic-sounding voice was speaking over the Vox network.
The ways of man, folly, seek doom of all things. In death and rebirth shall mankind live forever.
To Garviel Loken's horror, the voice had an eerie similarity to the voice of Samus he heard during the Battle of the Whisperhead Mountains, the very same voice that had corrupted battle brother Xavier Jubal on 63-19. He warned the War Master, but Horus had no intentions of turning back now. Just like before, the voice was simply disregarded as enemy propaganda or a cowardly scare tactic. But the origin of the audio signal was traced, and they adjusted course to where they suspected it was coming from, for that is where the enemy was most likely to be located. It led them to an old Imperial battleship by the name of Emperor's Glory. The traitors had crash-landed it on the planet and it now served as the rebel base. The Astartes disembarked from their Stormbirds into knee-deep swampy water. The foes they encountered were indeed the rebel Imperial Army forces under leadership of the traitorous governor Ujin Temba. But just like the planet, they had changed. Their soldiers had turned into zombie-like corpses, their formal Imperial Army uniforms raggedly hanging from their decaying bodies. They attacked the Sons of Horus in large, mindless waves. Arms came up from the murky waters and dragged many Space Marines down to the swamps and drowned them. Despite the attackers' ghastly, lifeless appearance, they possessed a brute force, and it took the Astartes all of their discipline to fight off the attacks. Horus personally led the spear-tipping Astartes force into the downed starship. But as they battled their way deep into the belly of the ship, the Emperor's Glory started to tilt. Enormous waves of swamp water splashed out of the way as the wreckage of the large ship rolled over. Those on the outside, close enough to the ship, were swallowed by the mud or crushed underneath the hull of the ship. Inside, Horus and 200 of his Astartes were tumbled upside down. Rusted steel deck layers gave way to the weight of the ship and collapsed, crushing many space marines despite the protective power armor. Due to his near indestructible suit of power armor, Horus survived the incident. But nonetheless, one of his lungs was punctured by a steel rod. He pulled it out, and his enhanced physiology almost instantly sealed the wound. But he found himself alone, with no response to his rock signals, despite hearing many groans and shouts of wounded space marines echo throughout the remnants of the ship. He had no hope of finding them in the confusing wreckage. He pushed on and soon arrived on what looked like the command bridge of the ship. The warp was strong here. His vision was troubled by hallucinations of decay. He felt disturbed. Not even when fighting the menacing war boss back on Ulunnor had he felt such a thing. For the first time in his life, Horus was afraid. He was confronted by a walking, bloated, rotten corpse wearing the remnants of an old Imperial uniform that belonged to Eugene Timber. Horus realized his old friend was possessed by the powers of the warp. Unbeknownst to the War Master, the demon that controlled Eugene's corpse also carried a special sword, the Anathema, the very Xenos weapon Erebus had stolen from the Museum of Technology on Zenobia. With clashing swords, they dueled inside of the ship's wreckage. Although the rotten body moved with surprising speed, the demon ultimately proved no match for the mighty primal. Horus wanted to bring an end to the horrors swiftly, and so committed to a murderous but reckless stroke. As he struck down his foe, the stolen anathema blade pierced his arm. The demon lost control of the Xenos sword, and both fell down to the ground. Without the blade, the demon was defeated, and it departed from the decaying body. Relieved of the demonic possession, for a moment the real Eugene Timber came back to himself. His mortally wounded body still bloated and rotten by life. With his last breath, he asked Horus for forgiveness, and then died right there in Hyrox's arms. In the lowly bowels of the wrecked ship, Horus was overcome by emotion and wept for his lost friend. Outside of the ship, the Legio Mortis had arrived. The Titans did what they could to stop the hordes, but their bulky weapons had been of little assistance to the struggling Space Marines fighting in hand-to-hand combat in the swamps below. Dozens of Astartes had already died. But as soon as Horus had defeated the demon, the attacking suddenly stopped. Their bodies collapsed and simply became abandoned corpses. The warp possession on Davin had lifted, and the moon started to recover back to its former desert biosphere. The members of the Mormon searched the wreckage and found the War Master still bleeding and in shock on the command bridge. They escorted him outside, but to their surprise, he collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious. With great speed, they carried his body to a Stormbird and rushed back to the Medicaid station on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. But upon the return of the Stormbirds, a crowd of remembrances flocked to the embarkation deck to catch the first news of the anticipated victory over the rebels. But Horus was in a critical condition, and the Mournival was in no mood to slow down for the crowd of people who were now blocking their way. They violently clubbed and pushed themselves apart through the assembled mob, killing more than a dozen remembrances and crew members on their way to the Medicaid. But unfortunately, their haste would not be rewarded. No matter what the Legion's apothecaries tried, they could not heal his wound. The mysterious mortal wound caused by the anathema was beyond their knowledge. The cut in his arm would not stop bleeding, and if nothing was done, the War Master would eventually bleed out. Garvio Loken, Terek Torgeddon, and Nero Vipus rushed back to the surface in search of the weapon that had caused the wound in hopes that it would help them find a cure. They found the anathema in the wreckage next to the rotting corpse of Eugene Timber where Horus had slain him. Garvio recognized the blade. He had seen it in the Interact Museum on Zenobia before it was stolen. Only one person could have brought it to Davin before the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet had arrived. Erebus. What would anyone have to gain from killing the War Master? Who else was behind this plot? Whatever the answer to these questions might be, it was already too late. The other two members of the Mournival, Abaddon and Exelond, had remained on the Vengeful Spirit, while Horus was slowly dying. They had been summoned to an emergency Warrior Lodge meeting by Erebus. The Word-Bearer's chaplain informed them of a place where the War Master might be healed. A shrine on the moon of Davin called the Serpent's Temple It was clear the Legion's apothecaries would not be able to save him, and so the arcane healing methods of the Davin shaman was their last hope. Desperate for anything that could keep the beloved Primarch alive, they followed Erebus's advice. They had put the unconscious body of Horus in a stasis field to prolong his life and quickly brought him to the temple on the surface. When the others finally arrived at the temple, the gates had already been locked and sealed. Abaddon, Axelund, and several other sons of Horus stood guard outside, but Chaplain Erebus was nowhere to be found. The Astartes blocked the way in to prevent anyone from interrupting the healing ceremony that had already begun. All of them had their bolters ready and loaded in case of conflict. Loken was reluctant to fight his own sworn brothers and was ultimately forced to yield to their questionable decision. Obviously, the reliance on some mysterious shamanistic ritual was a complete abandonment of the secular truth as it had been commanded by the Emperor. But the Emperor wasn't here. He had left the Great Crusade and ordered his favorite son, Horus Lupercal, to pick up the pieces. The forces of the warp, whatever they may be, had conspired against him and prevailed. But the sons of Horus and the members of the Mournival specifically could not bear the loss of their Gene Father. He was on the brink of death, and they had to make a decision. And so, despite everything the Imperium stood for, in a desperate move, the fate of Horus was put in the hands of these witch doctors. After 8 days, the gates would open again, and the sons of Horus would find out if the War Master would live or perish. Horus woke up and opened his eyes. He found himself alone under a bright blue sky in a pleasant and endless green meadow. He didn't know where he was. It obviously wasn't the medical deck or any other place on his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, nor was it a world he recognized. He didn't remember how he got there. He couldn't recall much of what had happened on the moon of Davin after his fight with Eugene Tembar. But after pondering for a while, he realized that he had most likely died from the wound in his arm. The strange and peaceful place where he found himself now must surely be what the afterlife looks like. But he wouldn't be able to appreciate the blissful surroundings for long. Out of nowhere, the world around him started twisting. His mind was assaulted by all kinds of visions. Before his very eyes passed a mirage of wars he had fought throughout his life. These were followed by gruesome hallucinations of decay, burned cities, and shattered planets. Strange memories from humanity's history and glimpses of the future etched themselves into his brain. These disturbing and uncontrollable visions unsettled Horus, but he was powerless to stop them. Then he heard a loud howling that instantly snapped him out of his visions. A large pack of wolves with baring teeth had arrived and started surrounding him. As they came closer, the leading wolf spoke and asked his name. Despite his fear, he responded by loudly proclaiming his name, Horus Lupercal. But the wolf asked again, and again, and again. But every time Horus answered, the growling pack circled him closer. He wasn't sure if the wolves were real or just an illusion. He thought he had recognized a faint glimmer of his brother Primarch Magnus in the voice and appearance of the wolf. But that wouldn't be possible, since Magnus was back on Prospero, prohibited from using his magic after psychic experimentation was banned during the Council of Nicaea. If this was the afterlife, then surely it must be hell. The confused Horus could take no more, and he started running to escape from the feral animals. The wolves chased him for what seemed like an eternity, until they had lost all sense of time and direction. By now, the day had turned to night, lit by a bright moon. He arrived at a deep water-filled crater, and in his panicked escape from the wolves, hurled himself into the void where darkness once again enveloped him. Meanwhile, inside the temple of the Serpent Lodge, the Davinite shamans were going through the rituals of their dark magic to keep the dying Horus trapped inside the warp. Erebus was there and ready to perform the final act of his treachery. The plan was for him to enter the warp in order to manipulate Horus into betraying his oath to the Emperor. within the warp, his true identity could be concealed. To Horus, he would appear like the beloved Lunar Wolves Captain Hustus Ajanus, who had been killed during the diplomatic delegation on System 63-19. Over his lifetime, Erebus had developed more knowledge about the forces of chaos than any other, but he was still unfamiliar with many of its mysteries. How he was supposed to enter the warp, he did not completely understand yet, but he trusted that the Davenite shamans who served the dark gods would guide him. Without him realizing it, one of the sorcerers had snuck up on Erebus. Before he knew what was happening, they had slit his throat with a knife. Erebus's dying body sprawled on the ground in the pool of his own blood. It had been the final requirement to conclude the ritual. Horus woke up yet again in the same wonderfully blissful green meadow as where he had come to consciousness before, but this time he was fully armored in his old white Lunar Wolves plate. The lengthy escape had made him thirsty, so he made his way towards a nearby river for a drink. To his surprise, he witnessed an Astartes warrior floating face down in the water. He rushed towards the soldier and dragged him onto shore, where he quickly turned the body over to see if the man was still alive. The blood sacrifice had worked. Erebus had entered the warp disguised as Captain Hustus Ajanus. Although Horus was by now aware that little in this realm of illusion could be trusted, he was delighted to at least see his old comrade. Even if he wasn't real, the appearance of his beloved captain brought him comfort. Guided by the false Sejanus, together they went on an odyssey through the warp, where Horus was granted more visions of the future and the past that could be both true or false. He was shown the creation and loss of the Primates, including his own birth. He was told about how the Emperor had bargained with the gods of chaos in order to gain power to create his chosen sons, and about his secret aspirations to become a god himself too. The journey was of course carefully orchestrated to exploit Horus's confusion and insecurities, where once he believed firmly in the imperial truth. It all seemed like lies to him. The Emperor's treachery against humanity and the Primarchs seemed so obvious now, but the manipulative visions didn't stop there. They continued to feed his ambitions, his resentment, and his anger. The gods of chaos promised him immeasurable power, and in return, all he would have to do was stop the Emperor from carrying out his ascension to godhood. But if Horus refused to accept this duty, they would let his body die, and he would be lost in the nightmares of the warp forever. It was then that the wolf pack arrived again. The leading wolf transformed into Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion. Dark spells had managed to keep him from interfering, and so it took a long time for him to catch up with Horus. But Magnus was a powerful psyker, and so he finally managed to break through the spells and reveal himself in order to warn his brother. He didn't have much time, though. Every second he was there cost the lives of dozens of his psychic servants to help him keep the connection into the warp open. The first thing he did was tear off Erebus's disguise, who now no longer looked like Sejanus, but stood in his own word-bearer's armor. Although Magnus was loyal to the Emperor and had come to help, his unsanctioned and illegal use of sorcery was suspicious and revolting. Both of these men had initially come to Horus in disguise, one in the form of a wolf, the other as his former captain. And in the deceptive war, neither could really be trusted. He was sick of the deception, and his anger at the whole ordeal made him regain his resolve. He was the War Master after all, and he would not allow these two swindlers to send him on a wild goose chase through the warp again. He interrupted their argument and ordered them to be silent. Horus Lupercal had made his choice. Abaddon, Axamond, and many other sons of Horus had been standing sigil near the Serpent Temple entrance ever since the wounded War Master had been brought inside, to make sure no one would try and interrupt the healing ceremony. A large crowd had joined them, made up of the Vengeful Spirit's ordinary human crew members who had set up camp outside, desperately waiting for their revered War Master's return. It had been 9 days since the temple had been shut, and now the time for waiting was finally over. Either the War Master would live, or he had perished. Loken and his companions arrived too. All of the Astartes had their weapons ready and loaded in case there was any trouble. Nobody knew what to expect. The fate of their beloved legion hanged in the balance. Only the return of their Primarch could set things right once again. But whatever disagreements the members of the Mournival still had, at this moment they set their differences aside and together they anticipated the opening of the gates. The huge doors made a loud crack as they slowly began to open. Out of the Serpent Temple strode the War Master in his magnificent power armor. He carried his sword high above his head to symbolize the wound in his arm had completely healed. Although a Primarch was always an astonishing sight to behold, Horus looked more vitalized than ever before. The crowd burst out in a roar of elation and triumph. With a near-deafening volume, the crowd chanted, "Lupercal, Lupercal." The War Master had survived. The Legion had been saved. The 63rd Expeditionary Fleet soon recovered its personnel from the moon's surface. With the War Master in good health, there was no reason to waste any more time. A new Imperial commander was assigned to replace Eugene Temba and enforce Imperial compliance, and then they made ready to depart the Davin system. Back on the Vengeful Spirit, the deadly event on the embarkation deck when the Mournival had violently pushed remembrances and crew members out of the way, killing several of them, had not been forgotten. The tense mood on the ship was palpable. After the many strange events that had been taking place, several remembrances had become disillusioned with the Imperial truth. When the iterator Kirill Sindeman had attempted to decode the facial tattoos of Erebus using the Book of Lorgar, he accidentally summoned a lesser demon of chaos onto the ship that burned a large part of the librarium and its archives. But by the power of the Emperor being channeled through the Pict's recorder, Euphratikila, she ultimately managed to banish him back to the warp. And so many members of the crew started to believe that the Emperor was in fact a benevolent god that could protect them, and their faith slowly started to spread to the rest of the expeditionary fleet. A cult called the Lectitio Divinitatis had now been established on the flagship. Their members gathered in secret meetings, but every once in a while these would be discovered and violently broken up by the Astartes. This violence against civilians further deteriorated their trust in the War Master. But now that the Great Crusade would continue, a sense of normality returned to the fleet. Before the disrupting events on Davin, the War Master's 63rd had been en route to Sardis, on a rendezvous with the 203rd Expeditionary Fleet, led by Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters. Together, they had organized a campaign of compliance in the Chiades cluster. But after this miraculous revival, Horus had different plans. And so, instead, both fleets made their way to a newly discovered sector called Draconis 3-11. This was a fairly large sector inhabited by the Oretian technocracy, a peaceful and technologically advanced human civilization that spanned a dual star system. The government of their civilization was centered on their capital, Aureus. When the 63rd and 203rd Expeditionary Fleets arrived in the system, Horus invited the Oretian diplomatic delegation, led by Fabricator Consul Emory Salignac, onto his flagship to discuss their peaceful assimilation into the Imperium. The Oretian Guard units, although not physically enhanced, wore armor very similar to the battleplate of the Astartes. And yet, this was the very first time they had been in contact with each other. The reason for their technological development was simple. They possessed a fairly large database of STCs. Humanity had taken these standard template constructs with them amongst the stars during the age of technology. Especially to the knowledge-obsessed Mechanicum, such a wealth of information was of immeasurable value. Even after the Great Crusade's centuries of conquest, it was believed the vast majority of the original database was still missing from the Imperial archives. To find even a single new STC was a price beyond imagination. And here was a civilization that owned many intact blueprints. Mechanicum representative Regulus, a tech priest who was part of the War Master's Council, quickly brought the topic of STCs into the discussion. The Fabricator Consul did acknowledge his civilization's reliance on the old technology, and confirmed his possession of many STCs that the Imperium had not yet found. Upon learning this fact, Horus immediately shot the Fabricator Consul in the face with his bolter, and ordered the rest of the delegation murdered as well. The official Imperial record of their meeting would be that the Oretians had tried to assassinate the War Master. But what really happened was that Horus had simply found what he was looking for. With the existence of this many STCs confirmed, he no longer had any need for diplomacy. Instead, he ordered them to wipe out the Oritian technocracy and discreetly secure their entire STC database. With this invaluable price in his personal control, Horus would be able to bribe the Mechanicum and secure their allegiance to himself. With the promise of many invaluable STCs, Regulus was dispatched back to Mars to sway the Fabricator General Calbor Hell to the War Master's side. And thus began the 10-month-long war against the Oritian technocracy. It was a hard-fought battle, but ultimately the Oritians stood no chance against the combined might of the Space Marine legions. Even Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, was making his way to the system to join the battle. The cooperation of the three Primarchs would be the perfect opportunity to lay the foundations for the civil war that was about to come. The long siege against the Oritian capital gave Horus time to observe his legions and figure out who would unquestionably follow their Primarch. Horus had convinced himself that his betrayal of the Emperor was out of his own free volition. His pride did not allow himself to consider his service to Chaos as anything else but his own rational and logical decision. But the poisonous anathema that had struck his arm on Devon's moon had left its mark, and the corrupting influence of Nurgle was increasingly influencing his way of thinking. 1,000 seemingly unrelated events that had been orchestrated by the powers of the Warp, and these had led Horus to align himself with the gods of chaos. Angron, the Red Angel of Butchery, as he was called, was easily convinced to join the traitor's side. He had pretty much always hated most of his brother Primarchs, but at least Horus didn't despise him for his savage talents for brutality. As a former slave and gladiator, Angron considered the Emperor a tyrant that was ultimately not much different to his former slave masters on his homeworld Nuceria. The Emperor had wronged him too many times. The butcher's nails that had been permanently embedded in his brain back in the slave pits caused him pain and anger that made it difficult for him to perceive things any different. He never cared about the ideals of the Great Crusade. He never wanted to be a Primarch, and he had already been on the knife's edge of rebellion before. The only thing that mattered to him now was battle and bloodshed. Fulgrim, the Palatine Phoenix, would be more difficult to persuade to the cause, but he was prideful and always striving for perfection, especially in battle, and these character traits could be exploited. When his trusted apothecary Fabius made the suggestion of tinkering with his legion's physical enhancements, Fulgrim, in his quest for perfection, was seduced to authorize these heretical experimentations. Further biological augmentations, even those inspired by Xenos, could make his warriors stronger, more effective in battle, and more perfect. These experimentations would be secretly performed on those highest in command and most loyal to the Legion. On several occasions, these upgrades did in fact turn out to be rather effective and made the Emperor's children who had undergone these operations even deadlier than before. The fact that the Emperor's perfect creation of the Astartes turned out to be rather easily improved upon by Fabius led Fulgrim and his legion on the road towards disillusionment with the incomplete work of his father. In the aftermath of the Emperor's children's xenocide against a serpentine alien species called the Lair, Fulgrim had come into possession of a new and perfectly crafted sword he had found on their planet. Unbeknownst to the Primarch, this silver blade of Lair was host to a demon of Slanesh, the very chaos god that had been brought into existence by the Eldar's unbelievably disturbing pursuit of hedonistic excess. Eventually, Fulgrim started to notice the effect the artifact had on his way of thinking, especially when he was carrying the blade, but his pride did not allow him to see the danger in such a trivial thing. He was, after all, the most perfect Primarch, destined to carve out his own fate. And so, the whispering voice coming from the sword slowly but surely began to exploit his insecurities and chip away at the Primarch's resolve. After the campaign of extermination, he received contact from an Eldar delegation under the leadership of one of their most powerful psykers by the name of Eldrad Ulthran. Through his incredible foresight, he had seen the treachery that was about to unfold, and he contacted Fulgrim in order to warn him about the plans of his brother Horus. Fulgrim agreed to meet the delegation and invited them to his own flagship, the Pride of the Emperor. However, the Primarch became enraged at the Eldar's preposterous suggestion about the supposed disloyalty of the War Master. He could not tolerate such an insult and refused to heed the warning. Encouraged by the demonic blade, Fulgrim exploded with rage and attacked the delegation. The meeting with the Xenos ended in bloodshed, but they managed to escape his flagship through teleportation. His 28th Expeditionary Fleet finally rendezvoused with his brother Primarchs to join the war against the Oritian technocracy. For a brief moment, Fulgrim reconsidered the words of caution the Farseer had shared with him. Had the Eldar spoken the truth, or had it just been a depraved attempt to sow division amongst the forces of the Imperium? Upon arrival, Fulgrim's ships were in a perfect position to attack and destroy the unsuspecting fleet of the War Masters, floating in orbit around Aureus. If the warning was true, perhaps it was his duty to do exactly just that. With a single order, he could have the entire flotilla, including the Vengeful Spirit, destroyed and prevent the civil war right there and then. But the demonic sword that hung at his side tempered his suspicions. Fulgrim just couldn't believe Horus would betray the Imperium. And so, he instead ordered a shuttle towards Horus's flagship to personally meet with his brother and discuss everything that had happened since the event on Davin's moon. Horus told Fulgrim about the terrible visions he had seen in the warp and explained how the Emperor had exploited his sons and the entirety of mankind. As long as Fulgrim could remember, he had always strived towards perfection, to become just like the Emperor himself. But after hearing these terrible truths from his own brother, all of his life's ambitions shattered before his very eyes. After several days of persuasion, manipulation, and the ever-compelling demonic voice whispering inside of his head, the disheartened Fulgrim was ultimately convinced to join Horus in his plan to overthrow the Emperor. Lorgar, Primarch of the Wordbearers, had of course already been in service of chaos. After the Emperor had ordered the destruction of their city Monarchia by the Ultramarines, it was his first chaplain Erebus who had suggested there might be gods more worthy of his worship. And so, many years before Horus turned traitor, Lorgar had already traveled inside the Eye of Terror, and with the help of a demon, learned about the primordial truth of the ruinous powers. He had been the very first Primarch to fall to the corruption of chaos, and his legion's participation in the heresy was guaranteed. The warrior lodges that had taken hold in their legions had become a useful tool for manipulation. Their inherent secretive nature, together with the informal organization outside the order of rank, had made them the perfect place to spread the War Master's propaganda. Through these covert meetings, Horus's new ideas were carefully and deliberately dispersed throughout their ranks. Since it was not understood why the Emperor had returned to Terra and abandoned his legions, many Astartes could be convinced to change the priority of their allegiance towards their own Primarchs. There were in fact very few left who had fought directly by the Emperor's side during the early days of the Great Crusade. Most of them had died during the many bloody conquests, and so the old guard had gradually been replaced. Times were changing, and many accepted the new way of things. Those battle brothers who did not agree with this worrisome development that was taking place within their once beloved legion eventually stopped attending such meetings and became isolated. This made it easy to identify those who would never forsake their oath of loyalty to the Emperor. If they could not be trusted to perform their Primarch's orders under any and all circumstances, they would have to go. For the rebellion to succeed, unquestionable obedience would be required, and those who did not fall in line were put on a blacklist to eventually be purged from their legions. When the Istvan system rebelled against the Imperium, it presented the War Master with the perfect opportunity to carry out these plans. Crushing the uprising would provide a believable pretense under which Horus could continue to gather the legions loyal to him without garnering any suspicion. Istvan also lay in the outer reaches of the Segmentum Obscurus, far away from the prying eyes of Terra and the Emperor. The War Master's dark plans would be obscured by the great distance, and the gods of chaos could provide assistance by conjuring up convenient warp storms to hinder communications and travel between this region of space. And so the sons of Horus, Emperor's children, and World Eaters set out towards Istvan, where they would be joined by Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard. The Primarch of the 14th Legion was cold, rational, and developed a deep-seated mistrust of the Emperor's tyrannical nature. From all his brothers, only Horus had earned his respect and his friendship. When the great treachery unfolded, he was impressed by how far Horus's plan had already progressed. When the time to choose allegiances finally came, he chose to be loyal to the War Master and pledged his legion to the cause. With such a great force under his command, Horus could afford to send Fulgrim and parts of his Third Legion to the Kalanides system to reinforce Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Lands. He would be sent to assist in clearing an orc infestation on Kalanides 4. The Palatine Phoenix was, however, given instructions to figure out to win the 10th Legion's loyalty would be if a civil war. The two brothers had always shared a very close companionship, and if anyone could convince Ferrus Manus to side with the War Master, it would be Fulgrim. The War Master's force got their first taste of battle against the Istvanians on one of their most outer planets called Istvan Extremis. The planet was an observation station whose powerful monitoring and communication system supported the Istvan fleet. To have any hope of striking against the capital on Istvan III, this critical link in the enemy's defenses needed to be destroyed first. Lord Commander Eidolon's first company of the Emperor's Children and the Death Guard's 7th company under leadership of Nathaniel Garrow would lead the assaults. The Astartes loaded into their Thunderhawks and made their way towards the surface. They would soon find out that the Istvanians were no pushovers, and the fighting was fierce. The rebellion of the Istvan sector had been unnoticed for many years, and once the Imperium arrived in force to enforce compliance, the defenders had been able to muster a strong army to meet them. Their defensive network of robust Imperial origin, and since improved upon, was formidable. Although their soldiers lacked melee expertise, their ranged weapons were powerful enough to wound even Astartes. But perhaps more worrisome was that their culture had become faithful worshippers of Slanesh. Their fealty to the Prince of Pleasure had been rewarded by granting them the power of the War Singers, vocalists who through magnificent song could control the body, mind, and soul of its listeners. They used their songs to command Istvanian soldiers in battle, and their concentrated high-pitched shrieks had the power to blow open the skull of an Astartes, killing them outright. These powers were not something to be trifled with. In the battle for Istvan Extremis, the Emperor's Children suffered heavy losses, but in their quest for martial perfection continued fighting on, and even pushed the Istvan defenders back. Eventually, Lord Commander Eidolon, with the help of Sol Tarvitz, managed to kill the enemy's main commanding war singer. The duel had been a close call, nearly resulting in both their deaths. But the new biological enhancements on Eidolon's vocal cords implanted by apothecary Fabius allowed him to perform a screeching howl of deafening volume that overpowered the war singers and disabled her powers long enough for Eidolon to decapitate her. With their leader slain, the defenders had no hope of standing against the Astartes, and the battle ended with the slaughter of the remaining garrison. The Death Guard's forces had been badly bloodied too. During the fighting, their commander Nathaniel Garrow, captain of the 7th Great Company, had lost his leg to a war singer's vocal attack. Between the many corpses on the battlefield, he lay bleeding out, and if nothing was to be done, he would soon die. He was a close companion of Sol Tarvitz. Despite being from different legions, during the many campaigns their legions had fought side by side, the two captains had become sword brothers, and inscribed each other's vambraces with oaths of friendship. In the aftermath of the battle, Tarvitz made sure Garrow would survive his horrible wounds and live to fight another day. He would be equipped with a biomechanical leg that would eventually allow him to return to combat. For the time being, Mortarion assigned him command of the Eisenstein, an Imperial frigate in the Death Guard fleet, until he fully recovered. With the resistance on Istvan Extremis out of the way, the War Master's fleet now had a clear path towards Istvan III. The enemy's capital, called the Coral City, was now in reach, and they would soon be able to deal a crippling blow to the rebels. The city's east side lay against a huge mountainous ridge, so any ground-based assault could only attack from the west side. This part of the city was, however, well protected by a large outer wall and trench networks that would prove difficult to breach. Unfortunately for the Istvanian defenders, Horus wasn't planning a conventional ground attack. For the next stage of the war, the War Master prepared the troops for drop pod assaults directly into the heart of the city, where it would strike at the enemy's command posts. The large city had two important locations where the rebellion's leadership could be. The most likely place was the palace, where the Emperor's children and World Eaters would deploy and occupy strategic positions. The second suspected location was the large religious center called the Siren Hold, the spiritual heart of the city. This labyrinth of many complex and multi-leveled structures would prove difficult to capture, so this task was assigned to the Sons of Horus to deal with. The large part of the Istvan forces held up in the trenches on the city's outskirts. The Death Guard was tasked with holding this bulk of enemy troops engaged so the rest of the Astartes had time to secure their objectives. The tenacious battle in the trenches against the numerically superior defenders would be far from glamorous, but Mortarian's rugged legion was perfectly suited to this type of fighting, and the Death Guard Primarch did not object. With the three main objectives assigned, the lesser enemy targets would be distributed amongst the remaining companies from any of the legions. Although the battle plan made tactical sense, it was strange that the selection of companies that were assigned to this daring attack diverged from usual procedures. Under normal conditions, the prestigious honor of a main strike against an enemy capital would go to captains of the first companies, or even to the Primarchs themselves. But this time the troops seemed to have been picked at random. Surprisingly enough, warriors like Abaddon, Axamond, Eidolon, and Karn of the World Eaters, who were usually assigned to lead such spear tips, would stay on their flagships and sit this battle out for seemingly no good reason. Sol Tarvitz had been perplexed by Eidolon's mysterious new powers, with which he had disabled the War Singer on Istvan Extremis. He had never seen an Astartes do such a thing in battle before, and so requested an audience with his Lord Commander for an explanation of how such a thing was possible. Eidolon explained that the bio-enhancement had been sanctioned by their Primarch Fulgrim himself. As gratitude for his assistance in killing the Warsinger, he offered the captain to undergo the operations as well. Worried about the heretical implications of such an experimentation, Sol Tarvitz declined the offer. Disappointed and suspicious of his refusal, Eidolon decided to assign Tarvitz to the strike force that was about to be sent down to their doom on the surface of Istvan III. Tarvitz was delighted by the opportunity to fight alongside his friends Loken and Togeddon from the 16th Legion. But when he inspected the unusual list of companies appointed to the attack, he became suspicious of Eidolon's motives. Without notifying the Lord Commander, Sol Tarvitz met with Rylanor, a venerable dreadnought who served as the Ancient of Rights of the Legion. Rylanor had served with the Great Crusade since its very beginning, and held significant authority within their ranks. Tarvitz requested the honor of replacing Captain Edavokar, the previous standard-bearer and liaison officer to Lord Commander Eidolon, who had been killed in the battle on Istvan Extremis. If he was assigned this new role, somebody else could take his place in the drop-out assault, and he could stay on the Andronius to investigate what was going on. Initially, Rylanor seemed suspicious of his motives, but he eventually agreed to the request and made sure Tarvitz would be replaced. The ancient dreadnought had not seen battle for quite some time, so with this opportunity he decided he would go to the surface of Istvan III himself to lead the troops in glorious combat. And so, with the War Master's fleet stationed in orbit above Istvan III, the drop-pod assault on the Coral City would begin. Space Marines of 4 legions, the Sons of Horus, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, and Death Guard, were ready for the attack. With hurtling speed, they were racing down towards the surface to bring death upon their enemies. The deployment on the surface mostly carried out as expected, but did not go without some setbacks. Communications back to the fleet had been disrupted. Several drop pods that rained down upon the Siren Hold landed scattered due to the complex layout of the area, but under the leadership of Garviel Loken and Tarek Togeddon, the Sons of Horus made their way towards their objective nonetheless. The religious population of the city, roused in a fury by their war singers, rose up against the invaders, but the hordes of frenzied civilians were bloodily massacred in the streets by the World Eaters. The Death Guard were busy methodically clearing out the trench network. They had been given support in the form of an Imperator-class Titan called the Dies Irae, who was wreaking havoc outside the city walls. Meanwhile, the Emperor's children had already successfully infiltrated the palace. Before long, Captain Lucius of the 13th Company, one of the Emperor's Children's most gifted sword masters, had already killed the rebelling Istvan governor in a duel. With their leader slain, the city would soon fall to the onslaught. But what the Astartes assigned to Istvan III's invasion did not realize was that they had been sent to their deaths themselves. What had seemed like randomly selected companies had in fact been the Primarch's careful selection of those who could not be relied upon to follow their legion in the coming civil war against the Emperor. Far above them in orbit, the War Master's fleet was preparing to deliver a deadly bombardment to obliterate everyone on the planet, Istvanians and Astartes alike. To prevent a potential word of warning reaching the troops below, all communications with the assault units had been cut off. But when the ships maneuvered into lower orbit to be able to fire their payloads, Sol Tarvitz, who had remained on his ship, the Andronius, came to inspect the gun decks and discovered the horrible plot. The gun crews were loading the cannons with virus bombs. Each warhead would unleash the Life Eater virus, a rampant organism that destroyed life in all its forms, and wiped out every shred of organic matter on the surface of a planet within hours. Even Astartes in power armor would not be able to survive it. Only the War Master himself had the authority to deploy such devastating weapons. Horrified by his discovery, Tarvitz rushed towards the embarkation deck, where he stole a Thunderhawk to make his way towards Istvan III, and warn his battle brothers of the horrible betrayal. The unauthorized Thunderhawk that was racing towards the surface was soon discovered. When the requests to turn around were denied, several fighter craft were sent in pursuit to take it down. Captain Tarvitz had not been trained as a pilot, and his flying skills were lacking. The relatively slow and lumbering transport craft he was steering now did little to improve his chances of survival. Despite his best efforts to evade the pursuing fighters, he would likely be shot down any moment now. The Thunderhawk was passing through the engagement zone of the Eisenstein. The unexpected chase had caught their attention, and so they attempted to communicate with the Thunderhawk to clarify the situation. To his incredible luck, Sol Tarvitz was connected directly through to his honored battle brother Nathaniel Garrow, who was commanding the frigate. Tarvitz explained that Horus had betrayed the legions and was planning to virus bomb the planet. But with no time to explain everything, the shocked Nathaniel Garrow would just have to trust him. The Death Guard captain had only two choices. Either he would have to forsake his oaths of brotherhood and friendship and leave Tarvitz to be blown up in the void, or he would have to defy the War Master. Several missiles launched from the Eisenstein's gun decks and trailed behind the gunships. To Tarvitz's great relief, they struck the pursuing fighters. He was saved. For now, Garrow would report back and lie to Lord Commander Eidolon on the Andronius that he had shot down the stolen Thunderhawk. The explosions would mask the fact that he had actually let Sol Tarvitz escape towards Istvan III. The Eisenstein would soon have problems of its own, however, as the commander would eventually find out what had really taken place. And so, with the limited time he had left, Garrow made plans to get away from the fleet and travel towards Terra to inform the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. Sol Tarvitz crash-landed his Thunderhawk in the palace, and he immediately warned the Emperor's children to seek cover in face of the incoming bombardment. Captain Lucius, ambitious and loyal to his Primarch, could not believe Fulgrim had sent him to the surface to be killed. But it was his friendship with Sol Tarvitz that had gotten his name on Eidolon's list, which had doomed him to die with the rest. They quickly warned the blood-covered World Eaters as well. They had just finished massacring the mobs of civilians in the plaza, and now they all made their way towards shelter beneath the palace. The units of Emperor's Children and Death Guard were contacted over the Voxnet to find cover. Overhead, they could already see the first streaks of an orbital bombardment coming in. And so, as swiftly as they could, Loken and Torgeddon led their troops deep into the catacombs of the Siren Hold, where they might have a chance of survival. Most of the Death Guard were about to be caught outside the walls, in the open, however. The only shelter they had available to them were the small bunkers and dugouts of the trench network. The Imperator-class Titan Dies Irae had already been given orders from the fleet above to close all vents and seal itself from the outside air completely. Its weapons shut down and all hatches were airlocked, waiting for the impending bombardment. From the command deck of the Titan, they could see the Space Marines of the Death Guard below now desperately running for cover whenever it could be found. The Istvanians had clearly not received any such orders. Emboldened by what they perceived to be the Astartes retreating, and the seemingly disabled Titan, they moved out in the open to launch an attack on the invaders. That is when the first virus bombs exploded high above the Coral City. The huge explosions spread their deadly payloads far and wide into the atmosphere. Designed to kill every living thing on the surface of a planet, the viral strains released on Istvan III were the most efficient killers in the War Master's arsenal. The bombs were set to burst at numerous different altitudes and locations across the planet. It rolled out over the planet, devouring every possible form of biomass it came in contact with. Within moments, the Coral City was enveloped, and everyone still caught on the outside was about to die in the most horrible way imaginable. The virus penetrated their armor and worked its way into their skins. There was no way back. It entered their bloodstreams and started eating them from the inside out. As their bones and muscles disintegrated, warriors fell to their knees. Even Astartes screamed out in agony as the virus broke down the cellular bonds of their flesh at the molecular level. Its many victims suffered unimaginable horror as they literally dissolved into a soup of rancid meat within minutes of exposure, leaving little but sloshing heaps of rotted armor. Thousands of Astartes and billions of civilians all over Istvan III suffered the same horrific fate. Of all ground troops caught in the open, only ancient Rylanor, clad in his dreadnought's sealed sarcophagus, managed to withstand the swarm of death. He witnessed the troops he had led into battle decompose before his very eyes, and he swore a personal oath of revenge against the Primarch that had forsaken his beloved legion. Meanwhile, the remembrances of the vengeful spirit had been summoned by the War Master to gather and witness the Battle of Istvan. They had often requested to be able to witness the realities of war, so they could accurately depict the battles of the Great Crusade. Now Horus would grant these pesky remembrances their wishes, and showed them what war really meant. He had locked them into a large gathering chamber on his flagship, and on large screens displayed the virus bombing of Istvan III taking place. Having made his point very clearly, the War Master then ordered his Astartes to open fire upon the shocked crowd of remembrances to kill all of them. Euphrates Keeler, Kirill Sinderman, and Mercedes Olaton managed to escape the massacre through the help of one of the few remaining loyalist Astartes, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, an ancient Astartes by the name of Yakton Cruz. The old warrior remembered what it had been like to fight alongside the Emperor before the Legion had been assigned to Horus, and through the Legion's troublesome changes, had always clung to the old ways. Before the Droppod assault, he had promised Loken to keep these remembrances safe, and so he escorted them to a Thunderhawk gunship, and together they escaped the bloodbath on the Vengeful Spirit. The Imperial Saint Euphrates Keeler had seen visions of Nathaniel Garrow's defiance against the War Master, and so the remembrances and the old Astartes made their way towards the Eisenstein to join the breakout from the fleet. On the surface of Istvan III, the Life Eater virus had finally burned itself out. With no more organic matter to devour, the virulent plague ultimately consumed itself and faded out. But it wouldn't be completely over yet. After a virus bombing, the atmosphere would be filled to the brim with decomposing gases from billions of tons of churned up biomass. Horus's retribution wasn't done yet, and with a lance battery salvo from the Vengeful Spirit, ignited the skies of Istvan III into a raging inferno. Even the mighty Dies Irae, despite its preparations, had a difficult time withstanding the blazing firestorm that now consumed the planet. Its mechanical stabilizer gyros barely managed to keep the massive Imperator Class Titan upright in the gusts of hot air. The staggering temperature outside was almost burning through the protective heat shields. The crew inside did not know if it could hold out much longer. But after what seemed like hours, even the firestorm would fade out. The spires of the Coral City had melted into ruins, and everywhere the world had been turned into a charred wasteland with no signs of life. It seemed a miracle that anyone would be able to live through the apocalypse that had been wrought upon Istvan III. But thanks to Sol Tarvit's heroic warning, several hundred loyalist space marines now crawled out of the rubble, Their mere survival a statement of defiance against the War Master's betrayal. Garviel Loken and Tarek Torgeddon and their troops would no longer be sons of Horus, but called themselves Lunar Wolves once again. To everyone's surprise, even several squads of the Death Guard who had been deployed outside the city walls had survived the bombardment. They had burrowed themselves like rats into the trench bunkers and weathered the storm with the dogged perseverance their legion was known for. Now the survivors of the 4 legions gathered in the palace for their final stand. This enraged Angron so much that he organized a strike force against the Loyalists under his personal command. Without consulting Horus, his gunships were already making their way towards the surface. The furious Primarch of the World Eaters would not let anyone stop him, until those who had the impudence to stand against him were all slaughtered. Angron's impatient action had not at all been according to Horus's plan. Instead, he had wished to completely destroy the Coral City in a final bombardment, but with his brother fighting on the surface, that was no option anymore. But so characteristically for the War Master, he would always find a way to turn a setback into an opportunity. What better way to push his legions to the point of no return than a bitter fight of brother against brother? It would be a good way to truly cement the loyalty of those who followed him, and fuel their hatred for the lackeys of the Emperor. After all, how long could this ragtag band of survivors really hope to resist? And so for the first time since the Great Crusade had begun so many years ago, Astartes would be fighting Astartes in full force. The traitor forces, personally led by Angron and Eidolon, conducted many raids against the remaining loyalist holdout on Istvan III. Even Mortarion joined the Titan, as they scoured the trenches to finish off any remnants of Death Guard units still caught outside the walls. But the defenders turned out to be more organized than the traitors had anticipated. For weeks, each raid against the palace was humiliatingly pushed back. Under command of Sol Tarvitz, the 4 legions stood as one. They hunkered down in the ruins of the palace, ready to kill their former brothers. Despite their best efforts to break through the defenses, each raid cost the traitors a high death toll for very little gain. Meanwhile, Fulgrim had returned to the fleet with bad news. Ferrus Manus could not be persuaded to join them. The diplomacy ended in bloodshed, and Fulgrim's forces severely crippled the Iron Hand's fleets with a surprise attack, but the Palatine Phoenix could not bring himself to destroy his brother completely. This setback disrupted Horus's plan. Without the Iron Hand's allegiance, they might not have enough warriors to fight the loyalist legions that would soon be coming their way. Fulgrim should have killed Ferrus Manus, and leaving him alive was a grave mistake that would cost them dearly. Fortunately, the word of their betrayal had not yet been able to reach the rest of the Imperium. The Imperial Fists had recently been ordered back to Terra to reinforce the Throne World. The Space Wolves were sent on an errand to arrest Magnus the Red on Prospero for his continued use of magic, as he accidentally disrupted the Emperor's Webway project in his failed attempt to use the warp to warn him about Horus's betrayal. The other Loyalist legions, the War Master sent out a careful selection of orders that would strategically scatter their forces and make it difficult for them to rendezvous. The Ultramarines, Blood Angels, White Scars, and Dark Angels were all dispatched on distant campaigns in the furthest outreaches of the Imperium, so they would not be able to react quickly. The Iron Hands had been bloodied by Fulgrim. The Raven Guard and Salamanders were relatively small legions that could be dealt with. The loyalties of the remaining legions were still uncertain, but the War Master was confident he could still turn them. But the survivors on Istvan III needed to be dealt with swiftly, so he could prepare his forces for the next stage of the war. But the Lunar Wolves, under the leadership of Garviel Loken and Tarek Torgeddon, were still fiercely resisting. Every moment they were able to delay the War Master would be time for the Imperium to respond. If they were to die on Istvan III, they were determined to take as many traitors with them as they could. The only ones Horus could truly trust to deal with this mess were his trusted Mournable, and so he sent Ezekiel, Abaddon, and little Horus Axamon to the surface to kill their former Oath brothers. Just in case, he also ordered the Dies Irae to breach the walls of the city and march on the palace. But the lumbering Titan would need time to arrive. Fortunately for the traitors, the self-obsessed Captain Lucius of the Emperor's Children, who was fighting in the ruins alongside the Loyalists, was growing weary of standing in the shadow of Sol Tarvitz. Despite the bitter affair, initially the Swordmaster had frankly reveled in the martial challenge the battle presented him. He had challenged many traitor champions in duels and defeated every single one of them. But in the end, there was little glory to be won amongst these ruins. and he resented his friendship with Tarvitz that got him into this mess in the first place. He desperately longed for the magnificence of fighting alongside his own Primarch Fulgrim once more, and so in secret he had arranged a meeting with Eidolon where he promised to betray the Loyalists if he was allowed to return to his place in the Legion. And so it was that with the help of Lucius, the Emperor's children started to make progress into the Defenders' flank. The arrogant Lucius sought out a duel with Tarvitz. The Blade Master's skill could not be matched and was easily winning the encounter, but Lucius hadn't realized he had walked straight into a trap set for him, and narrowly managed to escape with his life. But the damage had already been done. With their flank overrun, the resistance inside the ruins of the palace would not hold for long. Loken and Torgeddon received the news that the Mournival had come to the surface. If they would be able to kill Abaddon and Axamond, that would be a severe blow to Horus's inner circle. With a choice between joining the crumbling resistance or one last opportunity to hurt the War Master, the choice was easily made. And so in a final act of defiance, they sought out a duel for themselves. In the ruins of the city, the Mournivals searched each other out and came to blows. In brutal hand-to-hand combat, Torgeddon fought Axamond, and Loken battled the Terminator-clad Abaddon. But the clash did not go well for the Loyalists. Axamond got the upper hand in the fighting and managed to behead Torgeddon. Enraged by the loss of his brother, Loken was pushed to great feats of strength and managed to hold his own against the mighty Abaddon. But the Terminator armor ultimately proved too powerful, and Loken was brought down by a crippling fist strike that crushed his chest. Abaddon took the sword Axamond had used to kill Tarek, and was about to execute Loken in the same manner as well. But before the final blow could be dealt, the Imperator Titan marched over the ruins they were fighting in. The already damaged building collapsed on top of the Mournival, burying them in the rubble. It was only due to the immense strength of the Terminator armor that it allowed Abaddon and Axamond to crawl out of there and save themselves. But their job was done. They had killed Tarek and Loken, and signaled the War Master of their victory. The last remnants of the resistant defenses started to crumble, as now tanks and rhinos rolled into their flank. The Dies Irae joined the conflict and bombarded whatever remained of the palace. The dust and smoke of the battle made it difficult to distinguish traitor from loyalist, and both sides suffered horrific losses in this most savage stage of the fighting. Horus had enough of it. The battle had become too chaotic, and these losses were not worth the price. He had tolerated Angron's petty rage and Eidolon's failures long enough, and he would need these warriors for the battles that were about to come. It took all his authority to order the legions to withdraw from combat and return to their fleet. Even Angron, furious about the humiliating retreat, eventually grudgingly obeyed. If any loyalists remained on Istvan III, the War Master would finish them off with a final bombardment that would wipe the city off the face of the planet. And so, he ordered the entire fleet to rain down a huge cannonade on what little remained of the Coral City. It was the final epitaph that would leave no one in any doubt as to who had won. As Sol Tarvitz and the few remaining loyalist Astartes looked up at the skies, they knew their doom had finally come. As the explosions raged around them, they knew they had remained loyal to the Emperor right to the very end. Istvan III, a terrible atrocity had occurred. 4 legions of Astartes had forsaken their oaths of loyalty to the Emperor and turned upon their brothers. Those deemed unwilling to follow the War Master in his corrupt plans had been selected to be sent to their deaths on the planet below. Horus would take all of them out in a single, swift strike through the use of the lethal virus bomb. But due to the heroic last-minute warning of Sol Tarvitz, many had been able to find underground shelter in time and survived the Life-Eater virus. And under his leadership, they managed to organize a valiant resistance. Knowing they were severely outnumbered, the Loyalists hunkered down in the ruins of the capital city and held out for as long as possible to buy the rest of the Imperium time to respond to this unfathomable betrayal. The survivors of the various legions stood united against the War Master's forces and his corrupted Primarch brothers. But despite their valiant last stand, In the aftermath of the battle, a final orbital bombardment turned the planet, and the few remaining Loyalist survivors upon it, into dust. The ruins of Isfahan III's Coral City had become their tomb. The first step of Horus's mission to overthrow the Emperor had been completed. The last Loyalist remnants had been successfully purged from their legions. The Sons of Horus, Death Guard, World Eaters, and Emperor's children had irreversibly betrayed the Imperium. By spilling the blood of their brothers, they cemented their loyalty to the War Master. Now, there would be no way back. But not everything had gone according to the War Master's plans. Unlike the other Loyalists, Nathaniel Garrow had not been sent down to the surface of Istvan III, due to the grievous leg wound he had suffered on Istvan Extremis that had not yet recovered. He was not fit for active combat. Assigning him in the drop pod assault would have raised suspicion. His treacherous Primarch Mortarion still had hopes of swaying the promising captain to the traitor's cause, and so instead Garrow had been assigned command of Eisenstein, a small frigate in the Death Guard's fleet. But First Captain Callus Typhon had not trusted Garrow as much. On his orders, another Death Guard captain called Ignatius Grulgor and his squad of traitors had been purposefully stationed on the Eisenstein to make sure the ship would comply with the firing of the Life Eater virus payloads in the upcoming bombardment. Should Garrow indeed get in the way of following these commands, Grulgor was ordered to murder him and take control of the Eisenstein. At this point in time, Garrow was yet unaware of the looming tragedy. By now, his sworn honor brother Sol Tarvitz had boarded the stolen Thunderhawk and was on his way to warn the Loyalists on the surface of Isfahan III about the impending bombardment. When he contacted the Eisenstein, he informed Garrow of the horrific betrayal that had been orchestrated by the War Master and the impending virus bombing. As Garrow and his entourage made their way to the gun decks, a fight broke out on the ship between the traitors and the Loyalists. In the midst of the battle, several containers of Life Eater virus munitions accidentally exploded on the ship. As the deadly green clouds started making their way through the gun decks, deckhands and Astores alike perished in agonizing death. But by quickly sealing the ship's uncontaminated compartments, further spread of the virus could be avoided, and the remnants of the virus were eventually flushed out into the void through the airlocks. Fortunately for Nathaniel Garrow, all the traitors aboard the Eisenstein had perished in the accident. However, a large portion of the loyal crew had remained unharmed, and the ship could be kept operational. By now, the only remembrances who had survived the massacre on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, found refuge on the Eisenstein. Among these were Euphrates Keeler, Kirill Sinderman, and Mercedes Olaton, who had been assisted in their narrow escape by the ancient Astartes Iacton crews. As the loathsome bombardment on Isfahan III commenced, now would be their best chance to slip out of the formation and leave the system. But their departure would not go completely unnoticed. One of the communication officers on board the Eisenstein had misread the situation. In his perception, Garrow was a traitor for disobeying direct orders from the War Master, and so in secret he signaled a warning message back to the Death Guard fleet. Upon receiving the distress call, Callus Typhon, in command of the Terminus Est, sprang into action and began his pursuit of the Eisenstein. His large battleship was one of the most powerful in the entire fleet, and it wielded a significant amount of firepower. Given the chance, it would easily blow the Eisenstein from the void. Soon, its lance batteries were firing upon the much smaller frigate. The Eisenstein would need much more time before it would be ready to make a warp jump and escape. For the time being, their only hope of survival was to deploy all available power to the void shields and try to outrun the lumbering Terminus Est. In their desperation, the Eisenstein steered a dangerously close course through the gravitation field of a star in order to accelerate themselves out of the pursuer's reach. By utilizing the gravitational pull for momentum, they could now transfer all their energy from the engines to the warp drives. Despite the void shields being powered to full capacity, the cannonade occasionally broke through and scored several hits. But the Eisenstein was now steadily sailing out of the pursuer's firing range. The much heavier Terminus Est would not be able to safely follow it through the star's gravitational field and would have to disengage. In a final attempt to score a crippling blow, Callous Typhon ordered a huge salvo with all guns at once. The lance batteries hit their target and dealt severe damage to the Eisenstein. They had almost succeeded in bringing down the fleeing ship. Large swaths of its hull had been breached and many of the crew lay dead. Several more shots would have been enough to blow up the ship and blow the Loyalists into the void, but it was too late. Utilizing the last of its power, the now severely damaged Eisenstein barely managed to make a warp jump. As the Immaterium opened up, Eisenstein successfully escaped. But their voyage would not go without its troubles. Under normal conditions, traveling through the warp was already unpredictable enough. But to aid Horus and conceal the dark conspiracies taking place on Istvan, the gods of chaos deployed their might to conjure up severe warp storms in the Segmentum Obscurus that hindered travel and communication. Commonly used warp lanes were now too dangerous to cross, and many astropathic messages never made it to their destinations. These severely unstable circumstances would make the predicament of the Eisenstein troublesome indeed. But to make matters worse, during the pursuit, their Geller field generator had been damaged. The thin veil protecting those on board from the horrors of the warp was starting to fail. If the Geller field shut down completely, there would be no telling what horrors and madness awaited the crew. It would remain to be seen if Nathaniel Garrow and his crew would ever reach Terra in order to warn the Emperor, or if they would be lost to the insanity of the warp forever. Meanwhile, on Istvan, the War Master was preparing the next stage of his plan. During the fighting on Istvan III, Fulgrim had returned from his unsuccessful diplomatic mission to sway Ferrus Manus to the traitors' side. The Iron Hand's refusal to side with Chaos meant the traitors would remain outnumbered. But before his departure, Fulgrim had been able to deal a significant blow to the Iron Hand's fleet and severely damaged many of their ships. Despite Ferrus now being aware of the traitors' plot, his helplessly crippled flotilla would be unable to contact the rest of the Loyalists, and so for now the Imperium remained in the dark about what had transpired. But Horus knew that as soon as the Loyalists were able to gather their Retribution fleet, they would make haste to Istvan in full force. Time was of the essence, and so he gave Fulgrim the order to travel to Istvan V and prepare the defenses there. For their base of operations, they chose an abandoned Xeno stronghold overlooking a large ravine called the Urgold Depression. To withstand the Imperial forces, the old fortress and its defenses would need to be repaired and reinforced. Fulgrim made up for his earlier failures by expertly supervising labor teams ordered to create a vast network of earthworks, trenches, and bunkers positioned along the ridge of the Urgold Plateau. They installed anti-aircraft batteries and portable orbital defense stations that would have to prevent the Imperial fleet from simply bombing these fortifications from lower orbit. When the conflict back on Istvan III concluded, the entirety of the War Master's fleet traveled to Istvan V and moved into these newly fortified positions. Waiting for the Loyalists to arrive, they got themselves comfortably dug in. But as secure as the traitors would be in their new defenses, their fleet in orbit would be a different matter. It was estimated that the Imperium Retribution fleet would vastly outnumber them, and so it would be unwise to engage in a full-out naval battle. Unlike the troops on the surface below, in the vast openness of space, the traitors' fleet would not have a defensive advantage. For now, Horus had little use for these ships, so he ordered the flotilla to abandon the system until the battle was over. If his ground forces were to be victorious on Istvan V, he would need all the available vessels undamaged and ready so he could sail the entirety of his army towards the Sol system and besiege Terra. Even though the Imperial legions would be granted free orbital supremacy, by now the defenses on the planet were so formidable that it was unlikely that any orbital bombardment would be able to dislodge the defenders from these positions. If the Emperor's legions wished to destroy the traitors hunkering down on Istvan V, they would have to come down to the surface in person and fight man-to-man, where the defenders would have the advantage. The stronghold would be the perfect base of operations to weather the storm and wait for further forces to come to the traitors' aid. As of yet, the Imperium was unaware that the entire Wordbearer's Legion and several bribed elements of the Mechanicum had already turned to chaos. This unpleasant revelation would surely catch the Loyalists by surprise, and it would remain to be seen if even more forces could be persuaded to join the War Master's side. Meanwhile, the Eisenstein and its crew were in grave danger. Due to the failing Geller fields, the warp had an overwhelming influence. The vessel had in fact been plagued by a demon incursion when Nurgle revived previously killed Grulgor and the other Death Guard traitors. These would be the first ever Plague Marines. Their undead husks were now rampaging throughout the Eisenstein. In the upheaval, the ship's only remaining astropath was killed, ruining their only chance of successfully navigating the warp. These events forced Nathaniel Garrow to order an emergency exit from the warp in order to save the ship. Back in real space and without a connection to the power of their patron god Nurgle, the Plague Marines were cut off from the power source that sustained them, and they were easily slain. Although having narrowly avoided their complete destruction, the Eisenstein now found itself stranded hundreds of light years away from any inhabited space. In its damaged state, the vessel would never be able to reach Terra. In a desperate attempt, Garrow ordered the shipmaster to overload their warp drive. Hopefully this powerful explosion would be able to generate a strong rippling signal through the Immaterium that a passing Imperial starship could come to investigate. To their great fortune, the explosion of the warp drive did indeed serve as a functional beacon and attracted the attention of no other than the mighty Imperial Fist's fleet. On orders of the Emperor, Rogel Dorn and his entire legion had been on their way back to Terra when they had been caught off guard by a warp storm. As fate would have it, the Astartes flotilla had been waiting nearby for the worst of the storm to pass when they noticed the signal. Nathaniel Garrow and his crew were taken on board Rogel Dorn's flagship, the Phalanx, for interrogation. The stubborn Primarch was initially reluctant to believe the outrageous claim that his very brother, Horus Lupercal, trusted War Master of the Imperium, would betray their father. After hearing these accusations against his brother, Dorn became so enraged that he almost killed Garrow in anger. But after hearing the same story from multiple witnesses, he would eventually consider the possibility of their claim being true. As the warp storm and the Primarch's temper passed, they continued their way towards the Sol System. As Rogel Dorn sought counsel with the Emperor to discuss the news, the Eisenstein survivors would in the meantime be interred within the Somnus Citadel on Luna. Here they would undergo more interrogations by the Sisters of Silence to find out the truth of what had happened. It would not be until they eventually received confirmation by Ferrus Manus about the events on Istvan that the severity of the situation became undeniable. By merit of seniority, Rogel Dorn, also known as the Praetorian of Terra, had been assigned Supreme Commander of all the Imperial forces. In the face of civil war, the Imperial Army mustered extra troops and requests for Mechanicum reinforcements were sent to Mars. Fabricator General Calbor Hall answered the call, but unbeknownst to the Loyalist, a large portion of the Mechanicum had already been bribed and would side with Horus in the coming conflict. The Dark Mechanicum, led by Calbor Hall, could not yet openly march against the Imperium, but in secret the schism of Mars and the start of their own civil war had already been set in motion. The Imperial Army, Legio Titanicus, and Astartes legions were now ready to travel to Istvan. However, the Imperial Fists themselves would not take part in this fight. The Emperor had requested the 7th Legion back to Terra for another purpose. Rogel Dorn's expertise as a master builder would be required to improve the Throne World's fortifications. Ferrus Manus was appointed to lead the Retribution Force in his stead. After the personal betrayal and humiliation by Fulgrim, the Gorgon was eager for revenge. The very fact that his traitorous brother had even considered the possibility that Ferrus would freely join their ranks was a stain on his honor. Who else considered him a man of dubious allegiance and potential turncoat? He would personally see to it that his loyalty to the Imperium would never be in doubt again. And so he wasted no time and gathered the army to make way towards the Istvan system. Approaching the system, they would rendezvous with the other loyalist legions. Amongst the first to arrive would be the Raven Guard, under command of Corvus Corax, and the Salamanders led by Vulcan. Together, these brother Primarchs would form the vanguard of the Retribution Force. In preparation for his rebellion, the War Master had sent the Blood Angels, Ultramarines, and Dark Angels on expeditions out in the furthest reaches of the galaxy. By now, these loyalist legions would be too far away to be of any help in the coming fight. The White Scars were still hunting down the remnants of the fallen Orc Empire, but due to warp storms had been unreachable. Meanwhile, Leman Russ and his space wolves were on their way to arrest Magnus the Red on Prospero, but the vanguard would not be on their own. Soon, they would be joined by the other available legions. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors, Alfarius and his Alpha Legion, the Night Lords led by Conrad Kurz, and finally, the Word Bearers, under the command of the still believed to be loyal Lorgar Aurelian. They were all heading towards Istvan to join the battle. Less hot-headed than his brother Ferris, the thoughtful Corvus Corax sent forth a stealth reconnaissance ship into the system to scout out the potential battlefield. To their surprise, not a single enemy spaceship was encountered. All enemy vessels must have left the system. As it passed the dead planet of Istvan III, their auspexes were able to confirm the ruthless betrayal that had occurred there. Where once stood the thriving capital of the Coral City, now only ruins and dust remained. There was not a single sign of life on the planet. But when the stealth ship encountered a concentration of Vox signals coming from Istvan V, it was able to pinpoint the traitor's hideout in the Urgol Depression. As far as Ferris Manus was concerned, the attack could begin. Corax and Vulcan counseled caution. Perhaps it would be wise to wait for the other Loyalist legions to arrive first and attack together. But the Urgol Depression had been wisely chosen by Horus indeed. Within the confines of the ravine, there would not be enough room for 7 whole legions to deploy and attack all at once. A selection of legions would have to go in first, and Ferris Manus would certainly see to it that the vengeful Iron Hands were amongst the first wave. Now that the traitor's exact whereabouts were known, the Primarch could not contain his lust for battle. He yearned for the opportunity to punish the traitors, and in particular Fulgrim. It would be better to strike now rather than allow the traitors any more time to prepare. And after all, they clearly had the upper hand. When the other legions would inevitably come to reinforce them, the tide of battle was guaranteed to turn in their favor. The freshly arrived Astartes of their brother legions would easily mop up whatever traitor's resistance remained after Ferris Manus was done with them. And so he proposed that the Iron Hands, Raven Guard, and Salamanders would go ahead and lead the glorious spear tip. There would be no delay. The battle was about to begin. But even the Gorgon would not be so foolish as to assault against prepared defensive positions without first ordering an orbital bombardment. Without the traitors' navy to oppose them, they could freely bring their combined fleet into lower orbit and proceed bombing the surface with their heavy payloads. This would, at the very least, soften up the defenses and make a planetary landing somewhat easier. As the large fleet moved into position, they began pouring all their firepower into the traitors' fortifications. A huge cannonade smited the planet below. The stronghold within the Urgol Depression was covered in explosions, and the ground shook under the destructive force of their guns. Lance strikes scorched the earth wherever it struck. The traitors would reap what they had sown, and they would be shown no mercy. The intensity even eclipsed the final bombardment on Istvan III. The portable defenses stationed out on the plains stood no chance and were crushed before they were able to respond in kind. But by and large, the portable void shield network in the Urgol Depression managed to withstand the worst of the damage. Here and there, dugouts and anti-air defenses were blown to pieces. Direct hits against fortified bunkers managed to wound or even kill the hunkered-down Astartes inside. But considering the immense cannonade laid against them, the overall impact on the traitors was minimal. The bombardment had failed to break open the fortress. Meanwhile, the remaining defense laser batteries on the surface below returned fire. The Loyalist fleet would not be able to withstand the ongoing duel forever. Despite their own strong void shields, sooner or later they would run the risk of losing their ships. But they would have to stay engaged for a while longer. After all, their primary purpose was to keep the traitors' anti-air defenses suppressed and unable to concentrate their fire against the drop pods, stormbirds, and landers carrying the Loyalist troops to the surface below. The attack orders had been given. With oaths of vengeance on their lips, the Space Marines of the 3 Loyalist legions began their assault. Thousands of drop pods darkened the skies of Istvan V as they came hurtling through the clouds. In an attempt to take out as many invaders as possible, the anti-air defenses fired whatever could be spared at them. The oncoming airborne assault was saturated in a dense cloud of flak. During their descent, several drop pods exploded and burst into flames, but these losses would not be nearly enough. The tidal wave of attackers kept coming. Their landing sites had been carefully chosen by Ferris Manus, and they crashed into the outskirts of the defenders just outside of the void shields. Unsurprisingly, the first to disembark were the Morlock Terminator elites of the Iron Hands, personally led by the Gorgon himself. They wasted no time and immediately charged the traitor's center. The Raven Guard under command of Corvus Corax moved up on their right, while Vulcan and his Salamanders took position on their left. Despite the artillery barrage immediately thrown against them upon planetfall, the elite of the Loyalist forces, led by their Primarchs, began cutting their bloody path towards the traitors' main stronghold. The traitor forces moved against them. In the center, the Emperor's children faced the onslaught of the Morlocks, the Imperial Army and World Eaters to their left, and the Sons of Horus holding out on the rocky slopes of the Urgol Depression. To their right, more Imperial Army troops and the Titans of Legio Mortis held against the Salamander's advance. And to their far side, the Death Guard were prepared to hold the flank. The front lines clashed and thousands of bolters thundered at point-blank range, splintering ceramite armor and reaping a bloody toll amongst both sides. As the battle commenced in full force, it was obvious that this would be a fight like no other. This was no battlefield for mere mortals. In the face of the superhuman onslaught, the Imperial Army elements were quickly brushed aside. Their function on this battlefield seemed a mere expendable meat shield to soak up firepower. But where Astartes battled Astartes, the fighting was ferocious. No quarter would be given, and none was expected. With neither side backing down, every inch of ground won would come at a high price. In such close-quarter combat, it was nigh impossible for Legio Mortis to fire their heavy weapons without resulting in friendly fire, but they would soon be presented with more suitable targets. The Stormbirds and landing crafts finished their descent and landed in the Urgal Depression behind the vanguard. More Space Marines disembarked and rushed up to take their place into the already packed front lines. Imperial Army troops made planetfall as well, and began positioning their artillery to provide supportive fire. A mass of tanks rolled from their landing craft and moved into firing positions. Within half an hour, the bulk of Imperial forces had successfully reached the surface and formed up according to Ferrus Manus' battle plans. Their artillery guns and tanks now ready to pour their firepower against the fortress and relieve the bombarding fleet above. Their landing had not gone unopposed. Towering over the battlefield, the mighty Imperator-class Titan Dies Irae outpowered and outranged anything the Loyalists could field. It had a field day blasting its weaponry into the Loyalist rear lines, disrupting the supply lines and making the evacuation of wounded troops nearly impossible. But against the wall of fire now thrown back at him, even the mighty Imperator was forced to partly withdraw back into the fortress. Several Warhound Titans had their void shields overpowered and were destroyed amidst the traitor lines. Having suppressed the bulk of the defenders' guns, now it was time for the Loyalist Titans to bring their god machines to the surface. Huge bulk transporters touched down in the rear of the lines. Legio Ataris, the Firebrands, marched forth, bolstering the Imperial forces and firepower even further. Over the heads of the troops, Titans engaged each other in long-range duels. Their massive laser weapons scorched the ground and troops below as it passed overhead. A wall of deafening noise now echoed throughout the Urgal Depression. Imperial Army units covered their ears in vain as sonic booms shattered their ears. The mere overpressure of their weapons fire killed friendly troops unfortunate enough to stand too close by. The Loyalists were now truly getting the upper hand. Ferrus Manus, still leading his Morlocks on the front, wedged the traitors' forces apart. The Primarch crushed and killed traitors with his bare silver hands, ripping apart any foe who dared stand in his way. No one could stand against him. But the corrupted Emperor's children holding against the Iron Hands' advance relished in the bloodshed. Apart from the violet color of their power armor, these Astartes were no longer recognizable as the once proud Third Legion. Under the patronage of Slanesh, they had transformed into hedonistic wretches. They had desecrated their armor with strange symbols and chanted unintelligible taunts at their foes. Even meeting their own brutal end had become an ecstatic pleasure to the experienced. And so instead of retreating, they would willingly throw themselves in the path of the Gorgon. But despite the blessings of their newfound Chaos Masters, Horus realized the traitor lines were beginning to break. Sensing the imminent danger, he finally ordered his brother Primarch to take to the field. Sallying out of the fortress, the bloodlusting Angron was the first to countercharge. Wielding his dual chain axes, he struck the Loyalist lines like a thunderclap. The savage might of the Red Angel of Butchery could not be denied, and he began driving a wedge between the Raven Guard and Iron Hands. Fulgrim joined the center of the battle, where his Emperor's children were held against the Iron Hands, and on the right side of their lines, Mortarion raised the morale of his Death Guard by joining the battle. With great sweeps of his scythe, he cut down any salamander foolish enough to oppose him. Even as the Loyalist attack already stalled against this renewed fury, more traitor troops appeared from the fortress. First, Captain Abaddon and his Terminators joined the fight and countercharged with unremitting savagery almost rivaling that of Angron. On the edge of the Urgal Depression, traitors once again appeared on the high grounds and fired their weapons into the masses below, subjecting them to a deadly crossfire in their flanks. Hidden bunkers behind the Loyalist front lines opened up and suicide squads of traitors charged into their rear. The bulk of the army infantry troops were now driven forward by their masters to overwhelm the Imperial forces in sheer weight of numbers. Space Marines on the front lines were swarmed by a literal mass of bodies that prevented them from maneuvering or using their heavy weapons. With barely any room to swing a sword, those in front had to resort to using their fists, punching and crushing those around them. Even without weapons, they were able to pulverize the wave of human infantry thrown against them. In the gory melee, several Astartes had the joints on their armor become jammed by the sheer amount of gore and shrapnel that was washing over their ranks. Legio Mortis, escorted by mechanized armor and traitor jet bikes, started marching forward to deliver even more death and destruction upon the battlefield. But the counterattacks would not go unchecked. In order to stem the tide, Loyalist reserve troops rushed headlong into the battle. Almost all Loyalist Space Marines were now engaged in close-quarters combat. Any semblance of a battle line dissolved into a disorderly mosh pit of death. The tidal wave of human infantry was met with flamers. The salamanders literally scorched away the swarm of bodies covering their power-armored brethren. The mob of infantry literally melted away before their very eyes. Burned bones and thick cakes of blood and gore crunched as the servitor-assisted armor of their encumbered brothers came back into motion. Gunships took off and used their heavy weapons to strafe the traitors on the higher grounds, forcing them to abandon the ridgeline. This, however, exposed the aircraft to anti-air defense batteries stationed on the fortress, resulting in many being shot down. On all sides, the wreckage of Stormbirds and the remains of their brave pilots rained from the skies. Meanwhile, Legio Atarus had continued its own advance, and as far as Titan combat was concerned, had approached up to point-blank range with their enemy. They were outnumbered, but the Princeps had already calculated and accepted the poor odds of their survival, and engaged the traitors with complete disregard for their own safety. They were hellbent on taking out as many enemy Titans down as they could, and in this they would prove successful. Both sides were taking heavy losses. At the cost of their own near destruction, Legio Atarus' attack effectively neutralized the Legio Mortis contingent. After the explosive engagement, several crippled Titans of Legio Mortis attempted a retreat back to the fortress, but they were hunted down by an Iron Hands subjugator group and mercilessly destroyed. But now the disorder and attrition of battle had become so intense that both sides took time to reconsider their situation. In the maelstrom of battle, tactics had essentially become meaningless. Armies large enough to conquer whole star systems had been unleashed in a space no more than 20 kilometers wide. The entire battlefield was littered with wreckage and death. Untold mangled corpses of Astartes and mortals alike lay scattered across the Urgal Depression. It is true that the Loyalists had cut a bloody swath through the traitors' defenses, but Horus's fortress still held strong, and the bulk of their gun positions had not yet been silenced. Troops on both sides were running out of ammunition and were in desperate need of resupply. In the meantime, troops continued their brutal hand-to-hand combat. The sound of bolter fire diminished and was overtaken by the continuous roar of chainswords and clashing steel. But in order to organize another effective assault, the fragmented and battered troops would first have to regroup under their own banners. In this relative lull of the fighting, Corax contacted his brother Primox and called for a strategic withdrawal to gather their forces and wait for the Imperial reinforcements. Their spear tip had done enough to bloody the traitors and earn their glory. The still fresh legions would shortly arrive and could easily sweep up the remaining traitors. Vulcan agreed with
games used to just come with cheats inside of them. You know, you didn't have to download 13 different fucking things just to get a unlimited mod. You would just be able to go into a menu that you would type in a code and you would go, yeah, can I unlock that? I'll unlock that. I'll put that on. You know, like Bannerlord, like if you put cheat menu instead of 0, you put 1 inside the thing. That's all you have to do instead of running 17 different apps and fucking running into what happens like with Ready or Not and Fallout and crashing and wonder what happened, wonder what files corrupted. Fucking people are so they don't fucking get how gaming used to be. They really don't. It used to be you just popped it in, you had a little cheat menu that you would unlock, and then you could just fuck around the cheats, explore the game, do whatever you wanted. Nope. Now you gotta have to get a mod, and then you gotta hopefully find creative people that actually enjoy your game to get the mods that you like, and then you gotta hope that those fucking retarded ass modders aren't like some weeb shit and all just fucking make like big titty anime mods instead of like, hey, unlimited packs, or hey, you get unlimited this, or hey, you can without wait this. It's fucking painful. And these fucking retard kids don't get it. They just think mods and like things just pop out of their ass. Like just because a game exists, there's a mod for it. Like they have no understanding that there is a human that has to enjoy this game enough to want to go into the files and mod it and then make it public and free for everyone. They don't understand that. They just think when a game comes out, there's just mods. There's just a community that makes mods all of a sudden. They're fucking special needs.
With this sentiment, but Ferrus Manus would have none of it. In the rage of battle with the traitors on the back foot, withdrawal was unthinkable to him. Although Ferrus held overall command, each Primarch still held supreme authority over their own legion, and Corax ordered his legion to fall back to the drop site to regroup. The hot-headed Gorgon ordered his forces to fight on. Forced to make a difficult decision, Vulcan ultimately chose to follow Corax, and slowly withdrew his salamanders to the rear as well. Ferrus Manus was still accompanied by his fiercer Morlock Terminator elites, but in the carnage even their indomitable ranks had thinned. Ever pushing on and not fully realizing the severity of the situation, Ferrus Manus and his Iron Hands vanguard were in serious risk of becoming dangerously separated from the rest of the Loyalist army. The War Master would not let such a splendid opportunity go to waste. He knew just the right kind of bait to draw Ferrus in even further. It was at this precise moment that through the smoke of battle, Ferrus Manus was able to catch a glimpse of Fulgrim. Even had the Gorgon considered the possibility of withdrawal, the sight of his hated Primarch brother within reach inevitably rekindled his resolve. He would not let this chance for vengeance escape him. And so he actively ordered his Iron Hands to move forward against the Emperor's children. Fulgrim noticed the spear tip making their way towards him and taunted his brother. An overwhelming rage overtook the Gorgon. Beyond care of his surroundings, he broke rank and charged at the Phoenician. Ferrus unsheathed Fireblade, the very sword he had once forged as a gift for his brother. He had kept it in reserve for this very moment, and already savored the very idea of slaying Fulgrim with it. But the Phoenician was not one to overlook such symbolism himself. He had brought with him Forgebreaker, a mighty warhammer likewise forged by his own hand as a gift for his once beloved brother Ferrus Manus. But now there would be no more brotherly affection between these mighty Primarchs, only hatred. Their weapons had once been forged in brotherhood, but now would be wielded in vengeance. And so, with these weapons in hand, Ferrus wielding Fireblade, and Fulgrim holding Forgebreaker, the two charged at one another. The two Primarchs dueled like two gods, trading monstrously powerful blows that struck with the boom of lightning. All who witnessed their unrestrained power realized the fight of legends was unfolding before their very eyes. In the Urgol Depression, Astartes had fought Astartes in full force. But this was a clash of unyielding demigods, with the strength and ferocity to crush mountains in their wake. With blade and hammer, both warriors caused and received blows that would have killed lesser beings outright. As the fight continued, the remaining legions of the Retribution arrived at Istvan V. The Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and Wordbearers hurried to make planetfall and join the battle. Their combined force would easily end this horrible battle quickly. Meanwhile, the Raven Guard and Salamanders had regrouped at the drop site and began the evacuation of their wounded. The remaining Stormbirds were filled to the brim with grievously injured Astartes. With the reinforcements coming in, they could now be brought to safety, where they could receive proper medical aid. The brave warriors who had fallen in battle could now have their gene seed harvested. A rain of drop pods and landing craft once more filled the skies as the might of 5 more legions came down to the surface. Ferrus Manus rejoiced at the impressive sight. Soon their combined forces would crush their enemies. Surely Fulgrim and the other traitorous Primarchs would pay for their betrayal with their lives. But Fulgrim couldn't help but laugh at the foolish naivete of his brother. Unfortunately, the Gorgon would soon come to understand the reason why. As the Loyalists cheerfully hailed their brother Legion's arrival on the surface, they were met with a grim silence. The reinforcements swiftly deployed around the edges of the Urgol Depression. The Loyalist forces found themselves confused at the lack of communications. Back at the fortress, a single bright red flare was fired into the skies, a signal from Horus for the newly arriving troops. A moment of silence. Then as one, from all sides, the Alpha Legion, Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and Wordbearers opened a hail of bolt fire into the Loyalists gathered at the drop site. The Raven Guard and Salamanders died where they stood, unorganized and utterly shocked by the sudden betrayal. Their initial resistance was minimal. They could simply not comprehend what was happening. The evacuating Stormbirds had been caught by surprise, shot down, and crashed back into the planet. Traitor gunships now strafed the Loyalist ground forces. Dreadnoughts that had withstood the worst of the battles were now obliterated like it was nothing by rockets fired at point-blank range. The remnants of the Imperial Army forces caught in the crossfire were being ripped to shreds at an even faster pace. Artillery positions were overrun and destroyed. Taking stock of the dire situation, Primarch Corax and Vulcan knew something had to be done quickly. Corax suggested a full-scale retreat back to their ships in orbit, hoping against all odds that at least some of their transports would make it through. Vulcan did not agree. Fleeing head over heel now would abandon too many to their fate. They did not have enough aircraft remaining to get all Astartes and Armies troops off the planet. And after all, their brother Ferris would never make it back to the drop site in time, and so Vulcan ordered his troops to stand fast. From the fortress, the other traitor legions and the Dies Irae marched triumphantly forward. Their forces would complete the encirclement and join the massacre. Only Ferris Manus and his Terminator elite stood between them and the drop site. Fulgrim promised to let him live, and even offered him a place at the traitor's side, but the Gorgon would have none of it. After witnessing these unexpected betrayals with horror, his rage was even worse than before. He charged with the renewed strength that even Fulgrim could not match, and soon he gained the upper hand in the duel. Furious blows smacked Forge Breaker out of Fulgrim's hands. With his opponent unarmed, Ferris attempted a final murderous strike against his brother. But in desperation, Fulgrim unsheathed the demonically possessed Larum blade and raised it in his defense. The demon blade filled him with a new power. He managed to slash Ferris across the chest and inflict a deep cut that crippled him. With his brother critically wounded on the ground, Fulgrim now found himself in the position to end the Gorgon's life. But somehow he found himself unable to deliver the killing blow. It was the same sympathy that had led him to spare his brother's life before. The impatient demon within the sword took sudden hold of the Primarch's body, and before Fulgrim so much as realized what had happened, the sword had already cleaved through Ferris Manus's neck and decapitated him. The body of the Iron Hands Primarch sank to the ground and lay still. For the first time ever, a Primarch had died. The bloodlust and haze of battle instantly cleared from Fulgrim's mind. In the new clarity, he repulsed at what he had just done, what he had let himself become. He looked around him and witnessed the depravity of his own legion, his heart filled with grief, sorrow, and most of all, self-pity. But now that he had personally killed his brother, there was no way back. Surrounded by the unspeakable carnage that he had undeniably played a part in, it was all too much for the Primarch of the Third Legion to process. The demon within the sword once more whispered into his mind, offering him a way out of his mental suffering. It could offer him absolution. If only Fulgrim would just give in, the demon would grant him the sweet bliss of nothingness. Sickened by the overwhelming grief at his depraved state, the Primarch craved nothing more than to stop his existence. Trusting the soothing voice inside of his head, Fulgrim lowered the defenses of his mind, unwittingly granting the demon complete control. And so it happened that Fulgrim came under total demonic possession. A final wash of panic flushed over him as he realized the grave mistake he had just made. But it was too late. From now on, the psyche of the real Fulgrim was trapped inside a demon-controlled husk. His body was no longer his own. Meanwhile, the Salamanders had attempted a breakout attempt against the Iron Warriors' lines, but to no avail. They had been pushed back to the drop site. Now, Lorgar unleashed his Gal Vorbak. These blessed sons of Lorgar had traveled into the Eye of Terror and nurtured with the blessings of the Dark Gods. Not even the Emperor's Children Legion had reached a state of corruption such as theirs, and their bodies had mutated into truly monstrous forms. Now these elite troops, possessed by demons, were unleashed against the Loyalists and charged against the Raven Guard en masse. But despite their supernatural blessings, Corvus Corax proved more than a match against these monsters, and using his lightning claws, killed them with impunity. No longer able to bear witness to the wholesale slaughter of his favored sons from the sidelines, Lorgar charged in himself to duel Corax. But the fight would be decisively one-sided. The Urizen had always been more of a scholar than a fighter, while the Raven Lord had honed himself into an ultimate warrior. This mistake would cost Lorgar dearly, as soon he would find himself impaled upon the lightning claws, at the mercy of his enraged brother. Corvus had no pity for his brother, and was ready to destroy him, but as the final strike fell, it was halted by another set of lightning claws. To his surprise, Conrad Kurz had come to Lorgar's rescue, and was blocking the killing blow. Too tired to fight another one of his brothers, Corax activated his jump pack and soared away from the duel. Why the Night Lord had saved his brother's life remains unclear, for he was disgusted with Lorgar's weakness and the corruption of his legion. But although grievously wounded, the Ward-Bearer's Primarch would live. The Salamanders made their final stand around the drop site. Their valiant resistance allowed a portion of the Raven Guard to escape. Even several wounded Iron Hands had been successfully evacuated back to orbit. Corvus Corax managed to board a ship, but it was almost immediately shot down and crashed on the outskirts of the Urgol Plateau. The battle of the ships in orbit had not been as favorable for the traitors as they had hoped. Although the sudden betrayal had come just as unexpected for the outnumbered Loyalist fleet, the worst of the initial damage had been soaked up by their active void shields. After realizing what had happened, they returned fire. Unwilling to abandon their legions on the surface, above Istvan V, the fleets engaged in as murderous a battle as the one below. And for the Loyalists, the naval engagement would not be for nothing. Despite the anti-air taking a heavy toll, retreating aircraft came trickling in and embarked on the ships. Wounded Raven Guards, Salamanders, and Iron Hands made it to the Medicae decks. They had survived and would live to fight another day. Soon, however, the outnumbered fleet realized that sooner or later they would lose this naval engagement. They had only been able to hold out as long as they did through sheer determination and the unwillingness to abandon their legion. But the dreadful news arrived that Ferrus Manus and the remaining Iron Hand's spear tip had perished. Corvus Corax had been lost, and Vulcan had been stuck on the surface. Without hopes of recovering their Primarchs, Loyalist ships started to disengage from battle and began their perilous attempts to flee the system. With the Imperial fleet breaking off, the traitors knew that victory had been assured. Despite all odds, Vulcan and a handful of Salamanders were still holding out against the onslaught down below. There was no way off this planet. All available landing craft had already been sent back to orbit. The others had been destroyed. In a display of spite, the Iron Warriors fleet fired a tactical nuclear payload at the center of the drop site. The orbital strike came crashing in their midst and exploded with the power of a small sun. The immense heat boiled the Salamanders alive, and everyone caught in the blast vaporized inside of their armor. The remaining Loyalist holdout vanished in an instant, but amongst the smoke and dust that now filled the crater that was once the drop site, one figure remained. It was Vulcan. Although the remnants of his legion had perished, the perpetual Primarch had survived the explosion and now lay unconscious in this crater. It was Conrad Kurz who eventually found him, and in secret he hauled the Primarch of the Salamanders to his flagship for imprisonment. The killing had stopped, and the battle was finally over. After a hard-won battle, the traitors had been victorious. The untold dead were turned into large funeral pyres. By nightfall, hundreds of bright red fires illuminated the Urgol depression as they burned the bodies. Horus emerged from his command post in the fortress and was met by a jubilating crowd cheering his name. Even the mighty Imperator Titan Dies bowed its head to his glorious triumph. The ashes of the dead rose to the skies and fell like confetti over his mighty army as they celebrated. Horus now had 8 whole legions under his command. 3 of the remaining 9 Loyalist legions had been as good as destroyed. Any surviving Loyalists who had managed to flee the battle were being hunted down at this very moment. On the other side of the galaxy, the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns were busy bloodying each other on Prospero. The Word-Bearers were leading Gilliman's forces into an ambush, and the War Master had traps prepared for all the other legions too. How could the Emperor ever hope to oppose him now? The War Master's victory at Istvan V was complete. On his orders, a huge and blazing eye was ignited upon the northern slopes of the Urgol Depression. With a blazing fury, the symbol of Horus burned itself into the rocks. Engraved in stone, here it would forever remain as a sign of his superiority. With the battle done with, soon they would embark their ships and travel towards the Sol system. The road to Terra is now open. The drop site massacre marks the start of a new era. As the Loyalist forces scramble to halt the traitors, the Great Crusade has officially come to a bitter end. As Horus's betrayal engulfs the galaxy in the flames of civil war, the million worlds of the Imperium shall burn.